Good evening. 4 viewers and a hype train in progress. What the hell's going on? Thank you, Moon, for the tier 3 for 3 months. I just had to, I was a little bit late today, as you can probably see. Just wanted to watch the last episode of Fallout with the kids. And then as it was done, it was like, oh shit, I gotta start up in 2 minutes, and we have not even cleaned up after dinner. So a little bit of a coordinated rush around here. Thank you. Was that Nicholas Crawford? Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so completely unprepared, I think, but that's okay. That's too long of a weird message. Instant hype train. Yeah, hype trains are just messed up these days. There's not, I don't know why, but they just don't work anymore. So sometimes they can be triggered, but most of the time they just trigger automatically and for no reason. So if you're sort of thinking about triggering a train, that's why we have the counter over here and also the little indicator. So don't waste your resubs when there's not an opportunity for a train, unless you want to just not activate a train, then sure, by all means. That means we have less control over when the trains start, and well, that's kind of the opposite of a hype train in my opinion, but whatever. Whatever. Ah, yeah. So, how are you guys doing? Having a good weekend? Enjoy the weekend and ready for a new week? I have to say, for me, Sunday evenings are sort of end of a chapter. Each week being a chapter. And every other week I have the kids. So now I've had the kids for a week. And then I'm looking forward to sort of tomorrow just shipping them off to school, having the cleaning come over, and just nice. While the cleaning is here, I'll be sort of shopping for a little bit for the week and to do my grocery shopping. Then I come home and it's just nice, clean, quiet. So I'm always looking forward to that. Hello, Sir Conrad. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. 66 months in total. Nice. Not much chance of keeping this train alive, but there will be another one maybe later on today. Top of the hour train. Well, 3 random times during a 4-hour stream train. It's basically sort of the hype trains have been taken over by the most public rail lines, where it's like, well, there's definitely a train coming. It could be when it's scheduled, but more than likely it'll be within the next hour. So yeah, there's that. Twitch tried to break my streak. Oh no, we can't have that. Autoscolaris, thank you for the 12 months. And just like that, the train just dissipates into nothingness. Right, well, now we don't have to worry about that. There's a clear indicator now over there. Right, so yeah, what are we gonna do today? Like chains in Italy will. When will it come? Nobody knows. Nope. Yeah. Speaking of Italian trains, the Danish government bought 12 trains from an Italian, like, long ago. Like, obviously the rest of the story will reveal how long ago it was. Like 12 trains from Italian provider to be sort of placed in Copenhagen area, and it was all good. Like 11 of them were delivered, and the 12th one was later on found in Egypt, Gaddafi. So that was a golden version that was sent to Gaddafi instead of to Denmark. Like, well, that's kind of not what was supposed to happen. Like, I love that, just the idea, like, you buy 12 trains. Trains are not exactly things that just sort of get lost, and then it sort of ends up in the pocket of a dictator in a golden version. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It's not exactly like it's nearby. it could have been worse. It could have been none. Yeah, well, I think that it's more along the lines of, like, exactly that mentality. Like, it's 11, 12, whatever. They'll be happy about it. Like, that level of corruption is not expected. It's not expected. It's not a set of car keys that just get lost. It's a train. Yeah. it's a weird thing to think like, yeah, I'm sure no one will notice that. It's fine. It's fine. Ah, yeah. But I guess that's the level of corruption that you kind of have to get used to these days. If even sufficing with 1/12 of a graft, depending on where, of course. Oh well. So anyway, hope you had a good day. You wouldn't notice if a single train got lost in a Factorio world. Oh yeah, I would. I would. I probably would. It would take a bit of time, maybe, but I definitely would if there's somehow one of them lost. And I do check once in a while. Do I have all the trains that I need? Aside from that, we don't really have a lot of trains going on in our Factorio bases these days. The gold train mod? Yes, a golden train. That would be lovely. Yeah. So anything exciting happening this weekend for you? I went to a couple events this weekend. On Friday, I went to it was an event, and it was really interesting because how do I sort of tell that in the right way? We know when you go to an event and you sort of notice that there's something different. Like, this is clearly not your normal crowd. This is a different kind of crowd. And so even though it seemed like it was kind of something I was supposed to belong to, it was just kind of felt like it was off. And that was because the crowd was more of a burner crowd than I'm used to. And for anyone that doesn't know what burner is, then that's like Burning Man. So younger than me, usually in their 20s, start 30s. Definitely a very particular style of look and appearance. There's lots of random tattoos, like completely random tattoos, lots of piercings, lots of dreadlocks, and lots of sort of unkept hair everywhere. um, and very, very, very soft. Like, I do appreciate when men are in touch with their feelings, but crying and saying, "Oh, brother, when you poured your heart out, oh my God, I feel you." It's like, okay, that's a little bit much. It was so weird that it was a little bit too cliche, and I felt a little bit odd one out, like acute lack of tattoos, dreadlocks, even the unkept hair. I can't even keep up with that. It's not actually home looks. It's a very curated look um, to seem sort of unkept. I think that the unkept random look takes a lot of maintenance. It's an hobo style. It's not actually hobo style. Whoa, oh, I turned a bit blurry there. But it's because you know that like piercings and tattoos are not exactly cheap, but it's this like secondhand clothing and no grooming of any kind and like, but still like random tattoos. And it seems like what I mean by random tattoos, it's like, oh, then there's a Chinese sign here, and then there's a rose here, and then there's some sign there, and then there's some wavy pattern here, and there's like, whoa. There's no theme to it. It's just like, oh, randomly one evening you just decide something. Groomed to look ungroomed, yeah, maybe. But anyway, I ended up leaving early from that event because I was like, this is not my crowd, and I felt a little bit out. And these kind of events, when you're feeling out, then you're also gonna sort of project an energy. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave. This is not my crowd anyway. So a friend asked us about our relationship status, and we looked at him and told him, "We'll tell you when we know." That was kind of funny. Sure, it's yeah. It's also like really difficult to put a label on. I found that for me, labels really kill everything. So I'm being very much. I used to have a girlfriend. Now I don't have a girlfriend, but I have very close relations, and we are in a triad, and we call ourselves heart connections because that is not a word that is. It doesn't have any connotations to it. A girlfriend has a lot of baggage with it, a lot of interpretations of expectations and all that. So using a word like that is means that it carries a lot of weight and a lot of baggage for us. So we just kind of invented our own word that is for us, and then we can let it mean whatever the hell we want it to mean. So heart connection is our word. So that's yeah. They're lazy and don't want to spend time on themselves, but piercing at tattoos is confusing. It's a burner look. It's a burner look. The whole idea like with the burner is like you leave no trace, and it's very much about sort of self-expression and embracing everything. It's very hedonistic, and that means also like embrace all pleasures and everything that comes with it. And that means like, oh, if I feel like getting a tattoo, then I get a tattoo. If I feel like something that if I don't feel like doing something about my hair or my body, then I don't do that. So it's very much like intuitive feel. Yeah. So anyway, it was interesting, and it was a bit and I'm, going to an event like that and have to leaving early, and thought like, oh, am I losing it? Am I just not? And then I went to another event on Saturday, which was of course more rope oriented, and then I was completely in my own space, and just yeah, that was like, right. It was the crowd. Like, there are some places when I feel at home, and some places that I don't feel at home. And this thing is with burners is that the burner community is so embracing of drugs, and I am not, which means that a casual conversation is often happens about, oh, I went this magical trip on mushrooms, and it was like, oh, have you tried this, and then this ceremony and this traveling on ayahuasca, or like, and it was just like, I don't want to have casual conversations about doing drugs because I don't, and I don't condone it, and I don't want to sit here and pretend that I do. So yeah. Sounds like hippie next generation. It is modern hippies. Burning burners is modern day hippies. But Valheim and them suggesting rope should be a crafted resource in the game, and I thought Nilaus crafted resource in the game. Yes, we'll be crafting lots of rope. Nice. Yeah, it's the youth these days. Yeah. Knows for 6+ years and quite close, but can't put a label on it. Yeah, and don't put a label on it from yeah. Then don't, or come up with your own label that fits you. That's what we did, and then it was like, then people go like, oh, yeah, are you seeing each other? Like, yeah, we're seeing each other. Oh, like girlfriend? It's like, no, but just heart connection. Like, what is that? Whatever the hell we want it to be. So, Mr. Context, what's the thing with rope? It's a thing with rope. Maybe we should have a rope command. I am very much into rope. He's the rope grandmaster. Not quite, but apparently I do have a reputation. I tied with someone on Saturday at this event, and then afterwards I was being very gentle because it was the first time, and she was like, "Oh, I just heard things I've heard out and about." So only Factorio today. Only Factorio today, and talking until we get ready for Factorioing. Toast? A label of toast? I don't know. I mean, whatever works. Yeah. Oh, rope. That was actually funny. That was that was for an event. Let's change that one. That's funny that we actually have the rope command. Let's kill that. Kill that until we come up with a new thing. Maybe yes, no, maybe toast. Okay. Why hard friends and not friends with benefits? I hate with a passion the word friends with benefits. It fucking sucks. It is the worst. It has so many. It it is okay. Why do I hate it? I hate it because it is my thoughts is friends. It's that thing where you want to say something, but you can't say it because everything has to be PG-13. So you kind of dance around like, friends with benefits, which is like, ew. And it seems like it also gives me this connotation that there's something non-consensual about friends with benefits. Like, oh, so friends is not good enough for you? You can't just be friends? You have to be friends with benefits? So it's like an upgrade? Does it cost extra? I fucking hate that. Yeah. Yeah, friends with benefits is just... It is as gross a term as fuck buddies. It's just kind of wrapping it up nicely. Then I'd much rather have like the word lovers, because that kind of implies also some emotional attachment. Because friends with benefits sounds like it's like, yeah, okay, I enjoy the friendship, but I'm really into something else. So anyway, I don't think there's a word that is appropriate, because I don't know. I can be friends, and so here's a... Fuck buddies is more honest. No, it's not. Well, it is if that's what it is. If that's what it is. But for me, I don't have fuck buddies. I don't do that. But I have friends, and like, for me, and for more of the community, then it's the fact that, yeah, you have some friends and you can go out and go for a walk and talk, and you can get drunk, and you have friends that you can go partying with and you can dance with. But for some people in a relationship, like, oh, you can't dance with someone of the opposite sex in a club, and that's too intimate. But for others, like, yeah, why not? We're just dancing. Okay, then just crank it up to 11, and then that's where I'm at. Like, just because we're friends, if we want to just do something more, then we do that. And without that meaning that it changes to anything else. And you can say, but that's literally friends with benefits. I'm like, yeah, but the benefits thing sounds like it sounds like it's a negotiated term. So I don't like it. That's why I don't like these labels, because for me, they carry a lot of baggage. There's also an equivalent number of terms in Danish that are also just equally bad. So that's why I'm just like, yeah, I kind of say, like, I have tantra friends, and in Danish, friends are like denoted girlfriends, boyfriends, but not as a term of romantic partners. So it's so that, like, yeah, I have rope girlfriends, and I have walking girlfriends, and I have tantra girlfriends, and I have so it's kind of distinction, right? Yeah, no strings attached means no emotions means fuck buddies. Yes, but that's not what I mean, because I don't do that without emotion. There's definitely emotion. There's always emotion. This is the thing, right? There can be lots of emotion. There's lots of love and intimacy. It's not just like it's a body. The Sun Toad, thank you for the 3 months. Let's go. Love what you do. Thank you. Thank you for your service to the automation game genre. Thank you. If you're not allowed to dance with other sex, your wife, girlfriend, or close friend, then I think that's a problem. Maybe, but there's a lot of things that are a problem that for me is not a problem. But everyone sets their own boundaries and limits. I don't believe in any of them. Don't believe in setting boundaries for each other in a partnership, because then it becomes... Then there's things that you're not allowed to do because your partner has forbidden it, becomes a source of grief that you will take out on your partner. So yeah. Red Knight T. Hi, Piffs. Thank you. Welcome. First time chatter. You're saying emotions means lovers and more. Yes. No emotions attached. Yeah, maybe that is. I just don't do that. That's also why I hate the term. So don't. Yeah, emotions come first, but they're not. But emotions are not exclusive. Just because I have emotions for someone doesn't mean that there's some kind of exclusivity. It's kind of very much a tantric perspective, where when you go into when you give a tantric massage, you are, if you want to be spiritual, you are the conduit of the world, of the energy and of the love energy in the world, and you are just the conduit of channeling that love into your massage. That's like the spiritual way of saying it. But you will find love in the moment, in the meeting, and it can be super intimate. But once it's over, that love you can also let it go. But when you're in the moment, there is deep connection and intimacy and feelings of love. And I love that. Love is not a zero-sum game. That's a great way of saying it. I love that. I love that. It's not a zero-sum game. Awesome Saucer, thank you for the 5 months. Thing is that there are so many expectations regarding relationships that it's necessary to set some boundaries, and certain labels help with that. For you, I think it's also a place of where you come from. If you're in a traditional, like 99% of people in a traditional monogamous relationship, then sure, you have to set boundaries, because there's a lot of things that you don't allow your partner to do, because you're I am not that. I'm polyamorous. I only have open relationships, and I don't believe in setting boundaries. The only thing we do is about sort of practicing safe sex. And yeah, because that's not an emotional boundary, that's a health boundary. So, and I found base in a book, and now I watch Mega Base in a book. Boom, mind blowing. And I found your blueprints. Nice. Helped a lot. Keep going. Thank you. Thank you for joining in our sort of pre-game talk here. Any new hub designs from your Discord? I don't know. But it's a boundary still. Yes, it is. But it's not set from sort of a... It's set from a different perspective. But it is a boundary. And you can also just say that it's more of a boundary in the sense that if you choose to have a non-safe sex relationship, then you owe each other to share if you have unsafe sex with someone else, so that the other person can choose to say, okay, then we don't do that anymore. So it's less of a boundary and more of a courtesy, because we have a bubble of we are having unsafe sex together. Then if you go out and have it with someone else, you owe your partner to say that. And then it also becomes a boundary in the sense that you can do as you want, but if you do that with someone else, you can't do it with me, because I'm not into that. So, watch base in a book. It amazed me. Then when I moved to Megabase in the book, I was amazed. It was so good. Thank you, Moon. Much appreciated. So, that's why you show up for the start of the stream, because we can talk about anything. Sometimes it's gaming. I was actually planning to talk about the announcement of Captain of Industry, because I thought that was really interesting. But then somehow I got started on talking about the weekend and kind of got triggered by some terms, and then we got into a whole discussion about something else. So let's leave that. As much as I love that conversation, that's probably not the time or place. So let's sort of park that. As much as I love that conversation, and let's talk a bit about sort of Captain of Industry, and then we see the viewer now but drop. Yeah. Good evening, Mark. Right, Captain's Diary. 48 endgame, space program, launch, and more. Launch date and more. Launch date. Okay. So, very surprising update. Yeah. I wish we could do some non-gaming streams once in a while, but I just don't see how I can do that. It sucks. I wish I could. What's the new update? The new update is that on the... Where was it? That's all the way at the bottom, right? 20th of May. On the 20th of May, they will release update something, and it's a update 3, and it's a massive update. They're saying like 1.5 DLCs worth of content. Yeah, I can see what they're saying, and sort of from their perspective, they would use those terms. But there is all the train stuff And then there are some new things like offices and focus, which is interesting. You'll be able to build office buildings to activate focuses. Focuses work similar to edicts in Captain's Office, but instead of costing Unity, they require a dedicated workforce to maintain. Offices come in 3 tiers, allowing you to allocate anywhere from a few hundred to tens of thousands of workers. When staffed, offices generate focus points, which can be assigned to focus that provide various bonuses. Boni. The main goal of these bonuses is to help you scale population up. They might increase research efficiency, provide more Unity, reduce consumption, or boost yields. Focuses only work if an office is staffed and running. So you can think of them as a more scalable version of edicts. Offices also require office supplies to operate, which consist of electronics too, paper, and household goods. Rocking chair, glass rocking chairs. And also return recyclables. Can also increase by providing offices with computing power. Additionally, a repeatable research option will allow you to further boost focus point generation, and there's a really complicated UI. And then the new production chains. We are also introducing new production chains, including aluminum, and titanium, along with their corresponding ores. Bauxite will be available through the world map, contracts, and asteroids, while titanium will be obtainable only from contracts and asteroids. Since these are endgame materials, their processing will be a bit more involved, but don't worry, we'll cover those in detail in a future blog. Okay. And then there's a launch date, the 20th of May. And then the price change bumps up $5. Seems reasonable. So it looks like it is really big, but they don't really talk about trains here. So there will be all the train stuff, but now they're basically also saying, oh yeah, by the way, there's also going to be office space, and there's going to be a rocket program and all that stuff, and catching asteroids, and damn, it's going to be really interesting to see how that scales, because I felt that Captain Industry suffered from lack of scalability in a sense, which was both a good and a bad thing. Like it was really good that you didn't get into the loop from Factorio of, oh, green circuits, all right, I built one for green circuits in the beginning, but then I need to build 10, and then I need to build 100, and then I need to put beacons and modules and all that crap, and then I end up sort of keep scaling the same old starting thing. I really liked in Captain Industry that the scaling came from more products, not from the same product over and over. Like if you compare Captain Industry with Satisfactory and with Factorio and Dyson Sphere, then Captain Industry has way more products, like way more products. It is ridiculous how many more products there are in Captain Industry compared to any of the other games. And I think that's one of the strengths of the game, because that means that when you need to make electronics too, then it's sort of, you need a little bit of each, but it's not like in Factorio where it's 20 green circuits for one blue circuit. Like that's an annoying scaling. But here it's more like, oh, you get one and you get two out, but then you also need to get some plastic and some, I don't know, silicon or something. So there's new products being added, which I really like. Still great to see. Yeah, but I mean, Mark, I know that, but it's also just people are just sitting like, what? Get on with the Factorio thing. So I think that Captain of Industry is really interesting. My one thing about it is, it's just not a popular game. Like we love it, but I wish they could find a way to get more people in on the game, because it looks really nice for me, really realistic, really all that stuff, but it also just looks a little bit boring and bland, and it doesn't have the same appeal as Satisfactory has. Factorio also suffers from the same thing, but Factorio is the genre defining, so it kind of has a special place. But if you make a new game, and Captain Industry is a new game, then when you look at Dyson Sphere program, it looks fucking amazing, and it's just absolutely fantastic to walk around and just see everything. Just look up, and then you have stuff going on and spaceships coming in and flying off the planet. It's amazing. And Satisfactory looks amazing as well. Like the lighting, the textures, all that stuff just looks so good. And then you kind of have all the rest that are sort of like decent. And then they look okay. And Captain Industry looks great from a realistic perspective. It looks like real factories, and it's awesome. But right, it just doesn't wow you. It's not like you tune into a random stream and then see that I'm playing this game, and if you see me running around in Satisfactory base, then you would probably go, oh, this looks interesting. If you've never seen it before, I go, okay. But if you sort of see that isometric top-down blandness of sort of pale colors and stuff like that, and muted, or not pale, but muted colors, and rusty gray scales, and then it doesn't sort of capture you in the same way. So some part of just sacrificing a bit of realism to make it pop a little bit more. Because I think that it's yeah. I think it's a great game. It's a little bit complicated, but I think it deserves the space in the sun. DSP is still the coolest looking, absolutely. I think that the Dyson Sphere program looks absolutely amazing. It just, I don't know how they achieved it, but they found such a cool aesthetic. And when they added the enemies, like the way that that when you understand it, how simple it kind of is, but how well it works into making these gigantic structures in space, it looks so amazing. And you fly around through it, and you can see the different nodes and points and spaceships that engage as you get close. It's so amazing. Yeah. Captain feels too realistic in one sense, yet too simple in another. The factories look realistic, but the elements aren't as detailed. The individual elements are, yeah. It's far of you. Maybe I think on you, there's something to it. It looks realistic, but I don't know. I wouldn't say it's too simplistic. There's nothing about it that's simple. I think that from a gaming perspective, it's a really challenging game, because everything is on the verge of collapsing all the time, and that can be really frustrating. And it will certainly push people away, because it's just too complex. It feels like playing a roguelike where you're going to be failing and then start over and play some time and then fail, and then you've learned how not to fail that this particular time, and then you go again and again and again. So it's not for everyone, no. And I think that's a shame. I don't know what to do, because the appeal of it, like the maintenance is super annoying, but I also think that it's an integral part of the game. So yeah. I do, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. So anyway, I think we'll jump into the game now. Yay, Factorio! Factorio! That's why we watch you playing it. I suppose that's correct. So this is the end of the episode 2, which is actually not at all what we want. I think this is the one. This is the final version of where we left off last time. And then Mark, you had, I also found Valheim to look really cool, even though the low poly count and rough textures. You can make something that looks amazing. Yes, there's something about Valheim that makes it look better than it should look, based on, because there's also something that, even though it's a low poly count, then if you look through the forest, because things are random in a way, it looks so much more natural. While I think the best comparison is Valheim to Icarus. When you see Icarus, the trees are much more detailed. But when you look at a forest in Icarus, it feels exactly as it is. it's in a world editor, and you've taken this asset and you're just gonna like, bloop, 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 bloop. There we go. That's a forest. While in Valheim, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like a real forest. It's just kind of, if you take out your contact lenses, then it looks like that. But it's yeah, there's something about, like, even though the textures and the graphics and the detail and all that stuff is better than Icarus, it just looks exactly like, oh, it's a world editor where you've taken the same asset and stamped down a million times. So there's some kind of way that they've done the world generation in Valheim that is super unique. Also, once go into forest, the environment gets dark. Yeah, and there's something about the light rays where you can sort of see the light going, and there's a fog everywhere, which might also be a trick to sort of lower draw distance and stuff like that. But it just means that when you're in the forest, it looks great. Like seeing the same 50 people repeated across stadiums and sports games. Yeah. New question. Is there an old video resource for cold liquefaction to loop on volcanoes? I just want to check if there's any circuit conditions. I think there's definitely a video where we do it, but I don't know if it's particularly relevant. Dojibu, thank you for the 6 months. Oh, enjoying your content. Have a nice day. Day chat. And Nilaus. Have a great Nilaus. I don't know. Okay, so I think since Mark is here, I think we have to go back and find... Oh dear, did you send it to me directly? This is an improved version with comments. Is that the one? No, that was during the stream, but you made something between the streams that I have not had a look at that I wanted to check out here. But if I just... yeah, so Mark, if you don't know if you're here, but I'm also just... I have to say that I'm really happy about this version here, which we just amended from the one from Caloether. So I'm kind of leaning towards just keeping this one, because I do think that it does what I need it to do. So for the people who weren't here the last couple of times, let's have a look and explain what this monstrosity is. Right. Also, that will sort of spark my thoughts on what the hell it is. Right, okay, that's another flaw here. It should only be one and then link to all of them. Yeah, okay. Hopefully that still works. Does it though? It doesn't even, no, it doesn't work. That was a mistake. Whoops. Should not have done that. Yeah. No, it is. Oh, really weird. Yeah, okay, so this is the problem with it. Okay. Plan today is fixing this damn thing. Right. Okay, let's explain what this does. I shared in the Factorio channel on Discord. Yes, but that's scrolling a little bit quick. So if you don't mind, please send it to me in a private text or share it again with a tag on me, because then I don't have to spend time going through a week back on Discord, if that's okay with you. Don't we have a better design than this? I don't know. This is pretty good. Anyway, let me explain what it does. It looks at this as a unit. And what it does is it looks at a list of things that the base would like to have. Then it will grab stuff from the base here. It's a little bit complicated because it takes all the stuff in here, goes in. Shit, can I even explain what this does? No, you're right. This is not the right version. This is the right version. Yeah, we never implemented the right version. This is the right version, yeah. Because it is also sort of listed here. Yeah, okay. Did I implement it like down here? Nope, that's still not it. Ah, man, this is so difficult. Just kind of remembering what the hell was going on. I think this is the one that was made by, let's see, Caloether. But where did we had someone, somewhere. Was it this one? No. Yeah, designed by Caloether, yeah. So this one is making intermediates. I'm basically saying I want all of these things done in, put them in boxes. And there. The way it works is that it sends a signal in here and here. And then it monitors the content of the boxes. So the first thing that happens is, let's see, the red wire comes in, which is the signal from over here, which is the total list of everything that we want to make. Then we get in here and the green wire is how much we have, and the red wire is how much we want. So we subtract them from each other. Red minus green. So that means this is the net of how much remaining we need. Okay? So that goes into two different places. It goes into this one, which will basically say anything that's greater than 0. So we don't mess around with negative requests. There we go. It cleans up the data. Then from here, it goes into, that is a memory cell. Oh dear. And that is, no, it's not. Yeah, it's kind of a memory cell. Just gonna cancel. Just gonna put that on silent. Doot. And this is a kind of a memory cell that takes the quantity here on the green wire. Oh no, this one is not taking the positive one. This is taking the positive and then, I don't know, indexing it, making it into a yes or no, basically a Boolean of, do we request this item, yes or no? Yes, and that's what we get in here. So that's the green is what we need. That multiplies with something, which we'll get to. And then if that number is positive, so that there's a request plus there's a still demand, and this is the request we pick because we're only going to pick one of them. So we don't want a long list of items to craft. We want one. That means we have to select one. From the original, that also goes all the way up to this one, which will now say, it's so difficult to explain. I passed it last time. This one is taking the net amount of what is coming in. That's there in the green one. And this one is only passing it on when it's greater than or equal to 0. No, less than or equal to 0. So we have no output signals. The red wire, when that one is equal to 0. Why are we even getting this one inbound? Oh, because we're both setting the green and red wire outbound. Okay. So basically, when we don't have anything here, we pass on everything. That's a really weird signal we got here. Oh, that's because it's emptying with junk, and then it should stop. Does it? Doesn't stop. Why does it flicker? I don't like that. I don't like it flickering. That's probably because there are two. Ew. Alright, try again. This is the memory cell. You should have a look at Mark's latest version. It's better organized and more understandable. Good, then let's do that. Because easier to understand, I like that. I'll take some of that. Good, here it is. So what does it do? What does this do? What does this do? So this is the real products and this is the intermediates. Let's start with the intermediates and see if we can figure that out. That's a interesting thing up here. We'll get to that eventually. Here we set the stuff we want.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Oh no,
Welcome home.
We'd use a cheating chest here. Welcome home. Rune, thank you for the 20 months, the 2 metric years. Is it this one? Yes. Always providing that. Next is always providing copper. This one's always providing steel. And the last one is greens. Good. Right, so what it does is it says what I want in the network. Let's trace it. This one goes in here. This is basically the same. It subtracts what we want minus what we have. And what we have is coming from... Oh, that one. Which is coming from here. No? Oh, no. What the hell? I don't get it. That's only connected to the belt and to this? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why? What is this subtraction thing?
Our illustrious
Blind PD, thank you for the 54.
welcome home.
I don't understand what this is doing. This is subtracting. I would think that this would be subtracting the red, what we want, minus the green, what we have. But if I take a look at the green. Oh, because you're junking it back on the belt. Oh, right, of course, yes. Okay, so it's monitoring the belt as well. So it's basically taking... Right, okay, because this is the intermediates, the stuff that has to flow on the belt. Yes, now I get it. So it takes what's here minus what is on the belt. And then if that's any positive, then that's going to go into the next one, which will simply take all the positive and set them to 1. So the output here is which items do we want to still export? Yes, no.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty.
Right, so where does it go from here? It goes up into this, which then goes into here, which selects the zeroth index, and this one selects the first index. So this is why how we replicate it all the way down. Hey, Benjaminson, thank you for the 5 months. Remember, there's no opportunity for a hype train, so if you want to trigger a hype train, then wait until the icon goes away, or do it now if you don't want a hype train. Right, from here, is that, what color is the belt? There's some red here, and there's some green here-ish. That only goes in here, doesn't go into the next ones. No, okay. But what the hell is the outbound? There's some outbound here, some outbound green. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, there's an outbound green and an outbound red from this. No, there's no outbound red. There's only a green, outbound green. Okay. Shepard, thank you for the hype train, gift up. Feel that you just don't want hype trains now, since all the subs are coming between when the hype train is on cooldown. But okay. I'll take the hint. All right, so what does this do? This one now takes the input on the green wire is which items do we want to craft? Nothing. I'm too slow. Okay, so this one says what items do we want to craft? And the C1 is... If the C variable 0 is passed along the selected positive value to put into the memory cell by the next tick. What? Okay, so they basically, this is the selector of what is the next thing to craft. This C is basically saying, okay, I'm done with the craft. What is the next thing to craft? And then it picks up the stuff that is waiting in line in queue, because this is basically putting it in queue and saying, when you're done with the stuff that you're building now, build this one afterwards, I think. Then it's really difficult to see how connected this is. This is the outbound of that, is passing it into the memory cell. That's the. But it, okay, so both the input and the output side of the memory cell. Yes. Okay, so this is why as the memory cell. So this one is just storing what we need to build, which again has been reset because I'm too slow. Yes. So this one keeps track of here, and then it blinks when it's done with one. I'm not sure I understand it. I mean, I don't understand it well enough to explain it. How long until the hype train? You can you can't see when the hype train is, but it's on a 1 hour cooldown, and if there's an icon over on the right hand side of the screen, then it's on cooldown. And there was one that failed in the first seconds of the stream, so it's going to be another hour or 50 minutes or 30 minutes. Maybe we should figure out when C is... Oh, man. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it because I can't understand it. I love it because it works, but I hate it because I don't understand it. And even if I understand, I can't explain it, which is a kind of an indicator that you don't really understand it. If you can't explain something, then you don't really understand it. I hate it. I hate it and I love it at the same time. The thing is, it might work perfectly well, but it cannot be explained. And that makes it a bad solution. Like this is, it's not obviously not a bad solution. It's just impractical solution because I can't tell the story of why it does the way it works the way it was. Yeah, look at the bottom one. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. I mean, I really appreciate all the effort that's put in, but it's just too complicated. It's too complicated to process. And I'll try to decipher it, but if it still feels magical, then I really have a problem using it. This has two functions at the same time. If it outputs C as 1, if the recipe amount in the memory cell is still bigger than the crafted amount of the red wire. Well, that means basically it outputs C as in continue to do what you're doing. It is a memory cell on the red wire that counts the number of crafts from the output inserter. Why is it counting on the output inserter? It doesn't count anything on this one. This is not connected. Why is it? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't count on the output inserter. Exactly. That's the thing, kind of cube. I'm not saying that it's a bad solution from a hey solution. It's a bad solution from the perspective of if I can't understand it, then I can't explain it. If I can't explain it, then I can't include it because it just so hard to keep comments up to date. Yes, version control and comments. Because if it monitors the output, then it's gonna fail. You lost the second function. Okay, so it has one function, and that is this. To explain it in non-programming terms, C means keep producing what. If C is equal to 1, then it means keep producing what you're producing now. If C is equal to 0, it means pick the next one. That's kind of what the value C is, as I understand it. And therefore this is when it gets the information. Okay, so yeah, okay, it's 0 all the time now because it's... But when does it set? Like then it's like I understand it with words, but then I'm sort of like, okay, when the green is equal to 1, yes, there's something here. Okay, there we go. Why does it light up? Why is it not lighting up by itself? See, bloop, 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 bloop. Mm-hmm. The green wire is equal to 1, and the red wire is equal to 0. Greater than 0. Strictly greater than 0. Let's try to figure out. The green wire is what we have selected as the next thing to, or is as the thing to craft. And red wire is everything, but why also the negative stuff? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's go from here. This one is coming from the red wire. Where's the red wire coming from? The red wire is coming from the output here. This is the output of the net difference. So it takes the net, what do we want to craft, including the negative numbers. I don't understand why we... Oh, because if I wanted to also include the net positive numbers, then I would have to have an extra inserter like that, but only like one of these, but then with input as well. So it's basically just accepting that, yeah, there'll be some negative numbers, but they don't hurt us. They're just kind of annoying to look at, but they don't break it, because this one is saying there's something positive and there is something here. Yes. All right. Okay. So when you hover over it, we can see that both are active for this one, but for this one, they're not active. And this one's active for both. Now they switched. Okay. So from here, this one is now sending the C. The C goes into this one. If the C variable is 0, is passed along the selected positive value to put into the memory cell by the next tick. But this is the memory cell. This is the memory cell. Oh yeah, but okay, so this is basically, this is the condition for when the memory cell puts something in. And that is when C is equal to 1, as in there's something to craft, and there's also actually something that's valid. This is the one we picked. And here if the value C is 0, is passed along the selected positive value. This is the same. Why do they have the same text? They have the same text, but they don't do the same thing. What is the difference between them? This is the memory cell. They're correct in the bottom ones. Okay. Oh, start over, man. Left side is the same set. What? Left side is the same set. Like, this is a unit. I'm just trying to figure out what it does. Okay, so let's pass through it. This is all the stuff we want to craft. We want to craft these things. Then we send that in here, where we combine it. No, fucking hell, what is this? Oh, right, it's taking what we want minus what we have. And then
our illustrious champion returns.
It outputs them as values 1, as in yes, craft this. And that goes into the lottery of picking stuff. Samagod, thank you for the 25 months. Much appreciated. And this one then goes up to a wire here, which will then go into many different places, like into this one. This is where it selects. So first thing that happens is that it selects something. Why does it not work now? Oh, it is working. Okay. So this one selects, hey, you make... It's also annoying that this doesn't have a preview like all the other ones do. It's kind of weird that they invented a new selector and then didn't give it a preview. It should obviously have like input signals and output signals as well, but it doesn't. Weird. All right, but this one is outputting green inserters. So here it's saying really in doubt where it. Oh, right. Okay, so this is how much there is, and when that goes back here, then the net number here, when this reaches 10, then it's gonna stop. But this is broken. It does the same thing. This really shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't be the case that they should build the same thing. I don't know why they do that. Maybe that's just a fluke of this. Yeah, okay. Now it works. Okay, so I think it was an error state. Okay, so here it says what we want minus what we have is this. And when what we have is equal to what we want, then of course this becomes a 0. That means it removes from the list of things to make. The list of things to make. This is now taking the input, the green input, which is all ones, and then selecting descending. How the hell does that work? Why do we do that? Why do we truncate everything to ones and then select ascending? That's the same as selecting a random, except worse. Because the output of this is everything is set to 1, and the input here is everything set to 1. So how the hell do we do that? It just seems it seems incorrect. Like, why are we monitoring stuff that is sort ascending? Doesn't make any sense when everything is 1. Or am I missing something here? Because then this happens easily, because they're all 1s. They still have a sequence, of course. Like, whatever sequence this one outputs at is still going to be a sequence. You can select, I'm selecting the index 0 and 1, but selecting the index, it kind of, no, it doesn't kind of, it completely defeats the point of choosing the ascending if everything is 1. It may be still like a unique thing, because everything is always sorted in a list, and you just pick the first from the list, and whatever the hell the first one in the list is, it's just that one. So when you choose number 0 in the list or in the array and your number 1, then it's going to be different things. So it's all good. But the point was that I wanted it to pick the lowest, the highest, the lowest, whatever, something. Like, I kind of feel I lost something. Yeah. What is the red wire, though? The red wire is how much we have, which is also being sent up here. The red wire is how much we have. No, it's not. The red wire is, yeah, before truncated. So I guess that's actually what I want. I think that this line from here to here should be red. This is what I want. I need the preview. We can see it over here. So this one will now take the ones that is the highest. The highest? Sorting descending, yeah. The one that has the most remaining left. I like that. I think that's better. But it won't be 1. And each assembler needs one selector with a different select. What? Do you want to select priority the stuff you need the most of? Actually, I wanted to select the stuff that I need the least of. Why the least of? Because if I select... No, that's not actually good. I think it's actually best to select the stuff that I need the most of. Because then it will go in one batch. Big batch. Complete all of it. The question is, how long will it continue? It'll then, once it starts something, it'll continue until it's completed. Until this one is saturated. So let's do that. Okay, I broke it. I always break it. God damn it. How did I fucking break this? So easily. It doesn't work. No, it doesn't go up. It doesn't go in here. Why? How did I break it? It means I completely lose control of what it does. I'm not liking this. Like it works beautifully, but I don't understand it. I just fundamentally don't understand it. And it's not even past midnight. And I don't understand why it didn't work. I think it should work. But to explain it to non-programmers is probably very challenging. You mean like you explaining it to me? Yes. That is very challenging, as you can see. It bothers me that it's also like it doesn't really. I don't like this. Like it seems stuck. No, it's just missing the iron ore. Why? Oh, it's getting there. Okay, slowly. Okay, so it's just waiting. It probably is. No, this one isn't even able to set inputs and outputs. I don't know why, but so here we have the list of. It just seems so logical that why I don't understand why the red doesn't work when it goes in here. I don't understand it. Can someone explain why it doesn't work with the red wire? Like it should be the same damn thing. Now it looks like it's working, but for some reason it doesn't work when I reset it. See, now it doesn't get started, and I don't understand why it doesn't get started. The red wire still has something. How come this one cannot take select input 0, sort descending from a list? Oh, it does, but now it doesn't move on. It goes in here. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Nothing about this makes sense. Because it's not like I'm feeding anything. There's nothing new on this signal. It's exactly the same as it was before. This one is exactly the same as it was before. So why does everything stop working? I really don't understand it. So this one's going here. This one's coming in, going out. It's all good. That's now on the green wire, gets put into the memory cell. Nope, it does not put into the memory cell because C is for some reason not set. Here C is set, but here C is no longer set. But they're connected. How are they not what the hell? On the green wire, I need something that's equal to 1. Oh, because it's equal to 1. Ah, there it is. Because we were carrying. So previously here it was expecting it to output a signal of 1, but now it's outputting a signal of 20. Which means for this to work, then I'd have to truncate it back to 1 again. Because it expects the value of 1, otherwise I'd have to change all of these to being greater than, equal to, or greater than 1. Yeah, okay. So we found the mistake or the error here, which is, which one was it? I don't know. That one. which means that on the green wire it should be greater than or equal to 1. And then it works. And now that starts a random hype train again. Oh, we're still over. Whew. Oh my god, this is really atrocious. I do not like this at all.
Our illustrious champion.
Right, I'm going to take a short break, then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you, Mark, for your subscription. I'll be back in 2. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to find my kids and chase them to bed, or basically remind them that it's school night tomorrow. Right, that was Mark with the 61 runs, and then Shepard sitting on those 5 gift subs, and a nice round 200. Thank you, and that gives you a new badge. Do flex that badge. Godnate, thank you for the 31 runs. Hopping on the computer train from the right platform. Indeed. And a Warren, thank you for the 45 months. And the Hagen, thank you for the tier 2 for 8 months. Thank you very much, everyone. What is that? There must be more than a level 1. Is that? Yeah, just completed a level what? No? Is that only a level 1? Really? Okay, well, that got to level 1 apparently. Okay. Alright, so I changed this. But I don't know if that still works now. Let me deselect that and try to build it again. Okay, now it should work with this addition, and then because now it will pick the sort descending, it'll take the stuff that it needs the most of. And here it'll take the stuff that it needs the second most of. And Mokona, thank you for the 26 months. And Anonymous, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you very much, everyone. Very nice. And it got us halfway through the level. Sweet. 496 subs, Anonymous. That is also close to a new badge for you. Executor with a tier 2. It's funny. Executor, Anonymous, and a Warren. You three are sort of, for me, like regulars in Darkest Dungeon runs. And then you all just sub at the same, pretty much the same time. So it's like, they're like, oh yeah, regulars there. Hello, Torman. Wavy back at you. But I'm not a fan of just copying for myself. I'd like to learn from blueprints that I'm too dumb to understand. Yeah, me too. 60 seconds left and 6 subs to complete level 2. Can we make it today? Yeah, at the very least, I know that smarter people than me have built this blueprint. And I can only take credit as the product owner of just being like, I want this. Ooh, Executor, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I mean, I would also say that you're almost close to a new badge. A big, glorious 1k badge in the hopefully not too distant future. Thank you so much for completing the level 2. And for anyone who doesn't know, then we are having the usual rules of if we get to a level. Oh, it's still counting down to next level. Why is it not working? Ah, that was weird. It was just like 16 seconds until the next train. Yeah, if we get to level 5, then another hour is added to the stream today. And the Random Max, thank you so much for 5 gift subs. We'll make it soon, I guess. Hopefully. Finding a new base with a smaller block, having a great time so far. About to try oil before I see you decide. Oh, that's nice. Maybe you can help out with good ideas, or come back and go like, it doesn't work. Please fix it. Dabomers, thank you for the 20 months, 2 metric years. Okay, let me see if I can understand it now. While getting hopefully distracted by subs. Okay, so I'm so far is that I understand this. It comes in and gets selected. 2 metric years, yes. This one selects so that now the rest of it is all about that one that's selected. Now it will continue to do that. It will wait. Here it will wait until it gets a command to put it into the recipe. It hasn't yet because it's still in progress. So it basically says when you're done, when C is equal to 0, then it takes the recipe here and puts it onwards into the memory cell. This is the memory cell that stores what you're currently working on. And that is when there's a C and there's a that. And Fluffy Bear, thank you for the 8 months. There's just a lot of activity going on out there. I'm just trying to keep an eye on just notice what the hell's going on. I told them to go to bed, and then there's a lot of activity with the cats. And the kids and the cats. Here, this one is the one that creates the C. The condition for the C is that it'll go through each one, and then it will say, is there something we request? And is the stuff that we need the same as the stuff that we have selected? If that's the case, then set the C. If not, then we don't set a C. So the output signal C. Ooh, Ducky! Thank you for 5 gift subs. Ooh, we're still alive. That's a first 5 gift subs. Should the second doesn't look at both wires? This one? Yes. I mean, this one? Technically, there could only be a... Oh, this is on output side. Yes. And Shepherd! There we go, with a 5 more gift subs. Thank you so much. And let me see if we can see where we are on this train. Yeah, output always on both wires. Yes, in this case. The yellow icon is each. It goes through each item here and compares. But it compares them sort of the same value. So it basically takes the first value, compares that value for both, and then outputs that value. So it goes here, that one, for that one, goes that. It subtracts each item from the other one. And they just changed the icon in the latest update. The ghouls, thank you for the 7 months. Wait, did the train die? I think that did the train does. What is the train still active or is it dead? No, okay. On my screen it was just no trains. Oh, it's a level 3 now. It's alive. That's weird. Okay, we managed to get to level 3. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. It works for sure, but it. Okay, but that's only the one side. Let's look at the other side, because the other side is about emptying, which is interesting as well. This is doing two things. It has red wire coming from the content, read the content of the box here. That goes in here, reading the content on the red wire. Yep. The red wire is what is in this one, including the stuff that's being crafted. Then it's saying that if... Okay, the red wire is what is in the box. There. And the green wire here is what is being requested. So basically this one is saying if there's something... Oh man, it's complicated. Ooh, Ducky, thank you for 10 more gift subs. And that certainly gives a nice push towards a level 4 on this train. Sweet. Let me see. This is about setting filters to understand when it's supposed to put it into a storage box and when it's supposed to put it back on the trash belt, the intermediate belt. This is what it does. So it says, in this case, when the red wire, that's the stuff inside the box, is greater than 0. And, no, yeah, and the green wire is also greater. So that means this, for each item where we both have it something we want and something we have, then send it up. This one is saying when it's not something on the green wire we want, but it's something we have, then send it back on the trash belt. That's a good way of saying it, right? So if there's like an intermediate product here, really that didn't, oh right, I have to ditch that. So now you can see these are the intermediate products, and then it will filter once in a while. It just goes up here and then it flickers. Hopefully it flickers one. Come on, flicker. 1 minute left on the train. 1 minute left. 17 subs to get to level 4. Can we make it in the last ditch effort? Because I'm focusing too much on the game, so I'm not able to hype the hype train. But luckily Mirage is there to help. First it was Jesus with the tier 1 sub, and then it was Mirage with 20 gift subs, completing the glorious level 4 train. Absolutely amazing. Looks like we might be in for a longer night, which is certainly necessary. Yeah, so this, I think, this thing is... This... Okay. I was about to say this thing is brilliant, but honestly this thing is equally brilliant. It's just that this thing I can understand and I can articulate, and you can see why it's brilliant, because it's like, yeah, it says... If it's something we have and something we want, send it here. If it's something we have but it's not something we want, send it down here. Super easy to explain with words. This thing here, not so easy to explain. And I'm going to try a million times myself to figure out if I can find a way to explain it. Dude in the park, thank you so much for 5 gift subs. Ooh, you're at 99 subs. So close to a new badge. Signier, thank you for the 14 months. Absolutely amazing. And remember, if you get to level 4, level 5, then... we add another hour. Yeah. Dude in the park with 1 more sub. There we go. Congratulations on 100 subs. Or congratulations to me for you gifting 100 subs. Super nice. Yeah. Okay, so this is the more complicated one. This one, everything, this is only from intermediates. This is for final products. So we basically build the list of all the final products and then have a number of these, and then it works. So... this is brilliant, but I like this. That's actually true. It is the classical Top Gear. But I like this. Good news! The Dacia Sandero. I was like, what is this? And then I saw a Dacia Sandero on this road, and I was like, oh, it is actually a real car. I thought it was more of a meme. But anyway, Make it a night multiple of 5 to finish the train. Oh, right. Okay, how much are we missing on the train? We are missing a good 35 subs. That's still a long way, but you know.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Foo Fighter held. What? How am I supposed to pronounce that? But thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Do you basically call me a German car? I don't know. If the Dacia Sandero is a Romanian car, so I don't think that was it. I think that if I called you a German car, it would be a compliment.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Fifi. Why is it Fifi when it's Fufi? Fufi the held. All right. Thank you for 10 more gift subs. Thank you so much. Wow, that's 2 minutes left and we're over halfway. All right, now I'm almost starting to believe. So, big question. Should we do it this way or should we make it a simple way?
More shall gather.
Fufi the held. Thank you
More
for
shall
also
enter the
subscribing
fray.
for 3 years. And Ducky with the 12 gift subs. Thank you so much. We're almost there. And Moon overshooting the moon here with 20 gift subs. That's so nice.
Illustrious champion returns.
Thank you so much, everyone. We completed it, and we now have a bonus hour. And you know what? Just during the break, I told a business partner
More shall gather.
that
More
she
shall
wanted to
enter
call me
the
today,
fray.
and I didn't have time. And then they said, you can call me before 8 o'clock. And then she texted me here 10 minutes past, and it was like, oh, are you working now? And I had to text her in the break and said, I'm working until midnight, so I'm available after midnight. And then typical, just like that, I'm not available after midnight anyway. Well, further after midnight. Yeah. It's the one that's starting the school that I'm investing in. Or not investing in, supporting. Cool. So the goal is to craft a fixed list of items and recraft as needed. Yes, it is. And we just a sushi belt for it because that makes it easier. Business call Sunday after midnight. I mean, why not? We're both self-employed, and there's not really anything that's preventing us from doing business whenever we feel like it. And she's been working all day. I'm working in the evening, so has to be some time when we're both available. Starting school for what? I mean, the Hagen. If you know me, you know it's a sexology school, and I'm not starting it. She's starting it. I'm just a financier. Yeah, I think this one is safely put out of its misery. This one can also be put out of misery. I just wanted to hear you say it. It's fine. Oh, there's more to this one. There's also this thing up there here. What is this thing? Oh, it's monitoring that belt. And what is this thing? Oh, you're using the disgusting, gross, horrifying, icky version of it. I don't like that. You. I don't like it. This is my balancer. There are many like it, but this one is mine. And it's better. Oh, look how beautiful it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna try to compact this. Do you want to monitor those trapped items on your belt? No, I don't. But there is technically one that is not trapped. These items should not be monitored. That's absolutely correct. So the one that slips out. Unfortunately, actually, now I kind of see the point. Damn, I don't like that. I don't like... Oops. Now I see the point of it. Damn. Because I can't monitor this underground unless I monitor the belt before. Yeah. Trigger roundabout balancers. Yes. Did you guys see the video about crossbar things? Which was really interesting. I'm not super... I don't think it's... Well, I like the one who was making it was kind of honest that it was an alternative. It was not... It worked in some cases, but not always. Like the point was like, how do you merge X to X belts? And just using an awful lot of these splitters here. And not the ones up there. How was it? I think it was just like that. I can't remember how it was, but it was somehow it was like this. I don't know. It was instead of using the good old balancers. Oh, okay. I'd like building like. And that was the train. Thank you very much for joining. Like this is the old school 4x4 balancer. Super nice. It doesn't balance side by side. And then the idea instead was like, oh, you actually can do the same thing. Or you can do an analogous thing, because what you could do here is like, oh, what I would do from bus. Fuck it. I do have a bus. So let's just show what I'm doing. I'm just taking here and then I'm branching off. And then I would sort of at the end here, just put a balancer in, smash down the balancer, and then be like, yeah, okay, of course there's less on all the belts now, but whatever. There, balanced. Then these ones are not going to be full, but they'll have whatever is drawn out here from that one, that one, that one. But the alternative is to draw it out with, let's see if I can figure that out. Here. So it would be and then and I think they also need like an input, right? Or do they, was it something like this? I don't know. The point is that this would be a way that you could keep always extracting more, and then it wouldn't balance, but it was basically just push everything to the right, and then you could just draw out, and you wouldn't have to bother with rebalancing and knowing how much is there, because you could also visually see that it'll be right when you look at these belts up here. Then you could see that this is full, and these two are half empty. Okay, well, we kind of know that the throughput is dropping. What I like is having all of them moving half empty instead of having one. So this one is also just forcing everything out here, which means that if I have enough for one belt, then that one belt gets wasted on the first one. And I would much rather have it sort of spread out into 4 and then taking a little bit in here, a little bit, because I'd rather have 4 processes in my base working a little bit than one of them working flawlessly and the other ones don't doing anything. For example, I don't want to put everything into ammo production and then nothing into science, nothing into the hub. I'd rather have a little bit for ammo, a little bit for science, a little bit for the hub. While this one is saying, whatever comes first gets everything. And only if there's something left, will it go on to the next. So it's a different perspective on how to do things, but it's nice to get like a different idea. I have 2 lanes of material. It saves belts because they don't need to have 4 belts up. Sure. See when you need to add a full belt. Yes. But for me, I don't have the option of adding a full belt because I design a front. I'm not like, oh, I needed more. Oh, I guess I'm going to lead in an iron line midway through the bust. I don't do that. So I don't have that need. This is something when you play a multiplayer with silly things or full of mod pack that you don't understand. And, there's a lot of things that can sort of like, oh, I need more. But it's fixing a problem that I don't have. So and then it sort of has a different perspective from what I like. I like having this sort of here where you can say, okay, instead of everything going to red and green signs, and only once the red and green signs is full, will it start sending anything into the blue signs or the military, and only when that is full, then it'll start sending something into the blue signs. I'd much rather have it send in a little bit, 1, 2, 3, 4 different things, different inputs, get a fourth each, and then works, right? So that's yeah, that's why. This balancer though. I guess that one is necessary for us to monitor these two belts. That means the only thing that we don't have is the stuff that's inside the splitter and inside the splitter. From the two belts, this and this, that's absolutely correct. It does flicker a little bit because now there's a balancer here. We can't really do anything about it. So some things will be stuck inside that. Okay. You can just fork one lane off with the method and continue with one lane less. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I rarely do that. I would never I would only recommend it for something that you need to know, that you know is working all the time. So I do it for this way because I know that green circuits will always work. But I would not do it for something else where, oh yeah, it might be stuck. So when it gets stuck, if I branch something off and then kill the line, then there's no possibility for this branch being stuck, and then whatever you have assigned could move on because now you just killed that line. So that's why I'm preferring to do it like this. And then I'm saying, okay, well, green circuits is an exception because I know that green circuits will always work. So, yeah. You could reserve one side for import materials and the other side for construction materials. Let's try it. Let's see if that works. It's one of those things where instead of just trying to figure out if it's a good idea or a bad idea, then let's just try it and see. It certainly has issues. Oh, they're now assigned to the same side. Are they? Yes, they are. Wow. I don't know if that kind of implies that we know that there's going to be a balance between the inputs and the intermediates, and I don't know if that's the case. Anyway, this is not about balancing, this is just about... Well, in the beginning it's going to be very chunky. But I guess that will even out over time. Wouldn't you, for every item, want to push them to the inner side if there's space as to not block the output inserters, and if there's space, could sit outside. Then I would need the splitter, and then this was kind of an idea to sort of kill the idea of splitters. Small loop on the inside for constructor items. That's also a good idea. And this is just which means that I would also need to monitor the content of this belt. And now I'd want to balance the outer belt again. I love that we can now pick up stuff from the belts. Or pick up things and they'll retain the direction. They retain the input belts and stuff. Yeah. That one. It does still have the issue now with... I mean, I did have... in previous iteration, I did this. It doesn't really change anything. This one will then just try to say, okay, put everything it can on the outside belt so that it's more easy to put stuff in, but it won't get stuck. But it'll still have the issue of something getting lost in here, and that one not being part of the line. And the inner belt from... Yeah, I don't think the inner belt is a good idea. Because then I also need to manage here from also pulling it from inner belt as well, so... There. Uh-huh. Yeah. And then I'd want to get a few more of these. Somehow I've decided that 5 is the right number. And the only thing needed is this has to increment. I guess not. It doesn't work now. Why not? There's also connection red wire, but also green wire, yeah? Okay, so also red and green wire here. There you go. I don't know if you already thought about it, but seeing the number of times you are cutting and pasting the blueprint to reset, I wonder how you will manage initial conditions so that you or anyone can actually use it without instant rebuilding robots. Oh. Well, I reset it. The thing is, you wouldn't need to reset it when it's working. Right now, we reset it because I want to see it restart and I want to reset the conditions. So kind of I could also just do that and then it would start resetting. So, yeah. If 5 is the right number, then isn't one missing? Yes, one is missing, correct. But it's because we're still missing a little bit of space here. I'm just kind of shuffling around really carefully. And then, for example, now it has, because I built it, then it's kind of, I'd say, in an error state. And I want to see here. Okay, so that's interesting. Oh, right. Of course, it's not interesting because I just didn't change the index for this one. And there's nothing on this under index 5. Yes, okay. What is going on with you? Do I need that? For it to work and not get into failure condition from the beginning. That's unfortunately probably correct. So you're basically saying we should also have one big reset button that just set that, and then I guess the reset button is this one. That's the reset button. Or up here. I don't know how much I want to truncate this. Is this... What the hell's going on? Like, it's both going up here and here, yeah? And the green is also going up there, but this green is only going here, but not to the other one. So I need the green to... Why is the green not going in here? And then I kill that, and then everything works? Ah, who the hell knows? This is like you're looking at a code and go like, that looks redundant. Yoink. Or if you were smart, you would just comment it out. Like all the websites in the US that are now having a drop down that says choose your gender, and then there used to be a lot to choose from, and now there are some programmer who has to go into the code and comment out the lines beyond male and female, and then basically make a comment that says put it back in 4 years. Yep, very important things. I remember back in the good old days, before .com, I knew someone who was maintaining websites for small companies, and he was just charging them every year to go in and change the copyright 1997 to copyright 1998, instead of like picking the number, or like for federal websites because we have stupid president. That's a lot of things that end with a because we have a stupid president. Yep. Triggers my OCD badly. How is this handled normally to make it look a bit more clear? It isn't. This is normal. Of course, that's how we bring the price of eggs down. Of course. I mean, there's also the official request to Denmark about can we send eggs? And we're like, you can have eggs, but you can't have Greenland. You can have one or the other. Choose Greenland or eggs. We can give you one, but we're not going to give you the other. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's not get ourselves in a bad mood because of that. This is our little recluse away from reality, so let's keep it like that. Yeah, so I think that we want to use this. How many people can you sponsor? What? Right, so now let's try to put it up here. I'm thinking I'd rather have it constrained by a wire or by a belt coming in here than by inserters. I think. I'm going to kill all the other intermediates because we've now settled on this design. Let's take this. Oh my god, I hope I didn't kill the wrong thing here. That one. That's the important one. Oof. Let's not kill that. But actually So none of these are turned the right way. So this is what we want to craft. Let's see. See, I don't really like this one. I'd like these belts to be a little bit closer, even though that might be problematic. Because then I don't need power here if I use belts instead of... Yes. Okay, so where do I want it? Ooh. Ow. And... there. How do I do this? I guess I do it this way. Where's our... Ooh, we lost our connection to power now. Interesting. There. That one is the one that controls the input. Seems like a good place. I'm kind of thinking, shouldn't this block actually be the same as that one? Like, it doesn't make sense for me to have both this one with the intermediates and the not intermediates, I guess. Right, there's one with the raw stuff and then another one with the intermediates and a third one with the finished products. Because it's going to monitor the whole belt anyway. Yeah, that comes from the belt. Okay. Yeah, good. This is now sort of fell out of coverage. There. It's a lot of sort of shuffling around just to make things just a little bit nicer, I guess. Here. So that's where we set some things. That's where we set some things. Should the selector combinator take the red wire here too? Maybe I can't really cope with that right now. I'm doing something else, but maybe. I don't know. This is doing the same. That one's just truncating it to 1. And then this one should minus the green wire, which is not there. That means the green wire is the belt. No, I don't want it there. It sucks. Because I have no clue. God damn it. These two are connected, but they don't connect to anything else. They don't. Because of all the copy paste shenanigans. So now I don't know where it's supposed to paste to. The belt is pasting to, where's the paste? Is this is not. Oh, right. This is not monitoring the belt at all. Right. Okay. Of course it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. So this is actually not a great look and feel to that. Yeah. So this is monitoring that side of the belt. And if we don't have any more balancers, it's going to be hard to set things in. What is this not working? Oh, there. And where does that go? From this, it goes into... I mean, I should be able to know this, right? Okay, so this is monitoring the belt. Going up here. Which is not going into the rest of it, but staying out here for the inputs to what is in the boxes and the inputs to what's going that way. But not on that outside. That makes sense. And not on that one. Okay. To the 2 calculator combinators, to that one and to that one. Those are the 2 that want it. And this is now going to output what we want, which will then be going... I'm going to like the red wire for this. Which means you're going to be enabled when red is greater than 0. Copper. Like that. Then the question is these numbers, right? Let's try organizing them in this kind of the same way. Red. Stone bricks. And concrete. How much we want to that? 50? Ah, that's a little bit much. That's probably also too much. Yeah, it's having issues with inserting things, which means that what I really should have is an attempt at setting it on the inside belt, which would be like that, right? Yes. And now I lose my my overview. That one, if I then also monitor that, then I should be good again. And that one. There you go. That seems like we're getting a lot of steel. Yep, a lot more steel than I need. Somehow that's not really stopping. Why does it say 75? Oh. Hold on, what am I doing here? The green is how much is on the belt. And that's a negative number. So steel should be a negative number. It is a negative number, so it's disabled. Disabled, disabled, disabled. Working. Copper somehow is working, and that one's working. But it's not outputting anything because it's full of steel. Yeah. How that got full of steel, I have no idea. So the only thing I have remaining is actually an overflow. So something that monitors if it's too far away. Like for example, steel is overflowing, but now it's not. Now it's sort of kind of fallen back. I don't know why it doesn't work. The left part was the row on not monitored, yes. Yeah, it filled with steel, yes, while I was doing messing around with it, and then it filled up with steel, and now it just has too much steel in it. And I'm gonna have to wait until someone picks up the steel for us and gets using it for something. Yeah, I didn't reset the belt, but hopefully it. If I'm looking at it, then the number here is now minus a little bit. So these are not concerning. The only thing we are now concerned about is all the stuff here. Let's say when we get started on making the nuclear power, then we're going to be filling up with steel. Your eyes? What about your eyes? Do they hurt? This one. Also need one of these. And I need one of these. What else do we need? Stone. Oh, did we want to get stone in here? No, we want that. Okay, so these things need to be put in. So we need the engines. I need some steel boxes. I don't understand why we are actually in this one have that. So I'm gonna put that as 10. And then a couple of walls. And what was the last thing we needed? Steel boxes. Just a couple. So these are now outputting. The belt is overflowing, so I'm putting too much out there. Is this? It doesn't really seem like there's too much of anything. I mean, sure, the sticks are, there's too many sticks, but that's kind of. And these ones are stuck because they can't get rid of it. They can't put it out on the belt because the belt is now overflowing. I don't like this. So something is too high numbers. Some of these numbers are too high. Maybe that one should only be like 50 or something. I don't know. Maybe this one should only be 25. I don't know. I think these are necessary. And then over here, 50, 25, 50. I don't think I need that much. like that. Total capacity is probably close. Yeah. So is this? Oh, right. The last one is not set. It's not even hooked up yet, is it? So why is this not working? Oh, because this is still exporting junk. Desperately exporting junk. So once it's done with the junk, then it goes in and 2, 1, 0. Why did that choose the same one? Because it for some reason was index 3 at that point, or index 2. Look at them. All of them want to do this now. None of them now want to make that anymore. Okay, now it fits with the 0, 1, 2. And then now that it changes the sequencing here. Yeah, so this definitely, now we're back to the whole part. Should it also be greater than, it should use the red wire? Yes, that's why this is getting messed up. Cool, I'm gonna take a break and then we'll be back and fix the last of this part here after the break. I hope. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. We're back. All right. Yeah, we could always snake bits, but then I don't really like it. I don't like that idea because it just kind of, it's the same as just having less of an item on the belt. Oh my god, that, I'm sorry. I have to kill that cat. Maybe not, but it's howling in front of the kid's door. So be back in a bit. my god, cats. Yeah, boss, thank you for the prime. So basically, Speedy was sitting outside the kid's door and go like, wow, wow, wow. So when I opened the door, he was like, yay, someone wants to play with me. Run, run, run. Look at me. Oh no, oh no. So I grabbed him, carried him down in the living room, put him on his pillow, and go like, there, stay there. Like that way when that a cat can go wow, as in I want something, or wow, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? Yeah, this so it'll probably take a few times before he realizes that yeah, it was him. All right. Did it somehow stabilize? I think it's kind of okay. It seems like there's a lot of greens on the belt. A little bit more than should be, but why is nothing working though? Working, kind of working, not working. Oh, haha, these got stuck. Right, so that's what we want to fix now. We want to fix the red to green wire. So let me try to figure out if it was this one. So into the selector should be red. This one goes into the selector. So I take the red one. I put it into the selector instead. Let's try it from here. So first I remove that. Then I put it in here. Then it's going to stop working because one of these... No. One of these is going to say when the... This one will now output 25, which will go in the green wire. Green wire is greater than 0, but it's this one, right? The green wire is equal to 0. This green wire has to be equal to or greater than 0. Then it works. This is odd. Why does it only output the signal? It's true, and then it outputs both the green and the reds. No, it doesn't. It only outputs one. But that's okay. Maybe that's what it's intended to do. Okay, yeah. So I need to do that, and that, and that. Then I change the other ones. Remove the green. Remove the green. Add the red. Add the red. Oh, there's something weird here. Why is that connected to that? That doesn't seem right. That seems like a copy-paste error. They should be connected down there. That one. Yes. Okay. Oh, and there's also... But that doesn't make any sense. Like, why is it both connected up here and down there? That can't be right. He said confidently, not knowing what the hell he was doing. Everything making engines would be a deadlock since nothing would produce pipes. Yes. And that's also why I should use descending. Descending. Because that it can never get stuck. If the highest quantity is going to be engines, that means we must have pipes on the belt. And gears, because pipes and gears in this one have higher quantity. Pipes and gears, they have higher quantity than that. So if we get to 10, that means we must have these on the belt already. So why is the first one not working? Please, come on. Why? Nothing is working anymore. Okay, trace it. You are not creating anything. That doesn't make any sense. No, sort descending. Ascending. Descending. God damn it. thought ascending was before descending, so I just flipped it. There we go. There we go, that works. And these ones will continue until they're done, because that's just how the recipe works. We have 6 on the belt, and maybe we are also requesting some, but not getting them. And I guess these are stealing the pipes before they get down here. But if this one gets a single pipe, then it'll continue working. There we go. Which means that it's also going to start stealing the engines, which means it's going to take a long time before it gets done. Okay, it's up to 42, so it has produced a lot. All right, good. Okay. Is there anything we would want to do in terms of lights to see if something is working, not working, stuck, not stuck? For example, do we have stone bricks on the belt? No. Yes, 29. Yes, but why do they not never get to here, for example, and here? 29. It says we have 29. So the output is a positive number. Okay, there we go. It was just have to go all the way around. Hello, Sid. What are we building? We're building sort of an automatic robot hub. Because the right crafters have priority. They're not getting here. Yeah, I mean, they have priority, but there was none of these that... Oh, no. None of this required any stone, so it should get over here. And it was just kind of slow. And then it spent most of the time just waiting, idling, while trying to build up. 71. Where do we see how much is remaining in the list of things to do? So here we can see... the output signal here. 7 additional of the stone bricks. 6 additional stone bricks. 5, 4. Exciting. And they should be changing now, right? There are 3 left. Okay, so 2 left. 1 left. Okay, so then hopefully we'll see that these 2 steel furnaces. I just want to see like those transitions where it gets into a problematic setup and then it can get out of it itself. And then I will get 1 too many, but that's kind of irrelevant since they are starting. There we go. That resets. And now they don't set to anything else. Really. Okay, it just took a... Oh, right. The reason why I didn't set anything was it had to eject all the junk back out to the main belt. Right. Which can be a problem at times, I guess. Please remove the bouncer there. This bouncer or this bouncer? This one is supposed to put it on the inside belt so that it's easier to put out here. But maybe that's only sort of in the beginning it's needed. Top one. Why the top one? I mean, I'm going to have some kind of balancer somewhere. Then it'll have to be... No, it can't be like that. I have to have one of them. No, always push to the inside. Yeah, never bounce. Yes, that's true. I think I like that. But it shouldn't be a hard force. It should be a soft force. Like that, right? Where it's prioritizing like this. That would be nice if I could move this one over. right? And now I need to reestablish the part here. Yes. Which means it's probably messed up the numbers. Yes, a little bit too much steel. Little bit too much. But maybe that's actually what I want to deal with now, is that saying I want to just, if something is more than twice as much of what it should be, get rid of it, right? Yeah, the belt monitoring broke, so now it's, how would I do that? I would have some kind of filter that takes, I'm monitoring the belt against 2 times this one, against 2 times that one. But the problem is this is not picked up anywhere. Okay. I think I need one of these as well, right? And then I just kind of let you go in and let you go in, right? So that'll be exactly the same. But what if multiply by 2?
Welcome back. Your
Maybe plus
steadfast
20?
loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, but I don't know. How would I do that? I would. Slow is. Thank you for that. Okay. That's. Thank you for 3 months. Okay. What would I say? I would say for each that comes in here, which is coming in on the green wire, that, and I just add 20. Nothing about. Oh, now I don't like this one, because it's not actually on the green wire, red wire. It should just be both, because it's just a number. So we add 20 and then we put it out. Yeah. How does that now work? Oh, because it's coming on the green wire. Yeah, okay. So coming in the green wire, plus 20. And then I just basically have the same one as before. Does that make sense? No? It's the wrong one, isn't it? Ah, right. So I actually have this one. So I could just take the output of this one and basically say if anything is above 20, eject it to the other side. That's a much better idea. So this one is just saying for each item greater than 20. I don't need to add anything. I just say if any of these are greater than 20, then send out each with a value of that. So that means it's enabled. Right, and that just means that I need to put an outsider into some kind of box, right? Yeah. And set filter, damn it. Yeah. So now that's nothing. No, that didn't work. There. Now I lose the monitoring, and then it fills up with junk. And then I reestablish the monitoring. Oops. Yeah. And then I should see that some things are too big, right? Yeah. So there's plus 19 of something, plus... Good. But hold on, it's still ejecting. Why? It can't be true that both... This is enabled? Why is it enabled when it's... What? Parser means it wants more. Right. Yes. So that's true. So it's the other way around. It should be less than minus 20. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Maybe that does make sense. Why do we have so many sticks? We have 25 sticks, then it shouldn't be ejecting sticks now. Why is it ejecting sticks? God damn it, I don't understand anything anymore. Oh my god. What is the problem?
Loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Eastball, thank you. The crafted materials are not taking... Oh, right, of course it isn't. That's why it's taking all the crafted materials out. Oh, that sucks. Why? This is why I don't do programming. I never did. It's like, oh, I know exactly what I do. Just greater than 20. It's like, oh, but you forgot that this could also be. Like, oh. Binding into a single combinator, yes, but that would mess up everything then. Because then I start leaking it in here as well, and then I start crafting iron steel plates and stuff like that. Yeah. But I can't now see if I do this, it breaks. Because then I start leaking this material in here, and I don't know what the hell happens. Then it breaks. They need to be isolated from each other. The bottom one only. But then it starts leaking and yeah, all sorts of other things. The thing is, like, I'm gonna leak it. It's leaking everywhere. I'm leaking random things in everywhere, and if I do it and it works, then I won't be sure that it doesn't break everything else, but I just haven't noticed it yet. If something is missing, the assembler is from top assembler. What? It's one directional. I don't know, right? It might be logical to you, but it's not logical to me. That's why I'm so afraid of doing it, because you might be like, yeah, it's no problem, but then I do it, and then it's like, oh yeah, I forgot to think about something. Yes, that's it. The thing is, if we, it's about sort of how proofs work. If we do something and it works, we haven't proven that it works in all cases. We've just proven that it works in this particular case, and that's the reason why if I just add it and it works, we don't know. We know that it works in this particular case for this particular set of variables, but we don't know if it always works for all variables. And now we're fixing an edge case by doing something if there's too much. And then I jeopardize the whole function that someone spent a lot of time fixing. I jeopardize that by linking some things that shouldn't be linked, and then thinking it probably works. That's my problem. And Uxodal, thank you for your 55 months. Still here. Too bad there isn't unit testing, yeah, and debugging and all that stuff, but it was like, it probably does. It probably does, yes, but that's probably not good enough, is it? I can guarantee you it's not good enough. Yeah, we need a junk box. that you can prevent signals from leaking by having it be one directional. You can't have signals being one directional. You can put them into one end of a combinator and then take them out, and then it's one directional. But then you're adding extra combinators for this, and I don't want to add extra combinators. This is combinator light, and therefore if I add another combinator for something as simple as, oh yeah, maybe kind of I need it, then I feel that it's just taking a nice new car and then putting duct tape on top of it. Like, it kind of ruins all the other nice things if I just start adding my own custom mods. So if I can't just combine these two, then I'm really not feeling confident about it. So why would I do this? I would only take the stuff here. The negative stuff is when I have more on the belt than is demanded, which is the case. This one has a red one in here, this one has a red one in here. I don't know what happens if I link these two together. Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. But that means that I'm suddenly also feeding all of this, all of the bricks and steel plates and iron plates into the crafting, and then it'll try to set them in here, and it won't work because it's not a valid recipe. What's the problem I'm trying to solve, and why do it needs to be solved? The problem I want to solve is that there is too much on the belt of some kind of thing. And you might think, but that's only happening because you made a mistake in the beginning. But I'm saying it actually can happen in another case. That other case is that it starts making, the best one is nuclear reactor. If it starts making nuclear reactors, then nuclear reactors needs 500 plus 500 plus 500 plus 500. That means it fills up to 1,000 steel, 1,000 red circuits, 1,000 concrete, and then whatever the last thing is goes up. And as soon as that hits 500, it crafts. Then it crafts the 4 that it needs, and then when the 4th one is crafted, then it sits there with 500 steel, red circuits, and concrete in inventory that will now need to be put back on the belt. If that is just put back on the belt, it kills the belt because it can't absorb that much extra items. So I need to have some kind of way to say, oops, some kind of process, worst case reactor, is now ejecting too much. So if there's an overflow of something compared to what I need to be able to eject it off the belt and just put it into a box somewhere. That's why. So it's like kind of like finding the worst item, nuclear reactor, imagining what happens when this one completes the final craft and then ejects the rest back on the belt, and then it'll just mess up. You can set each only for green. That's not what I wanted. It was on this one. It only comes in from red wire. Yeah, I can't, because this is getting... Then I'd have to have an extra one. I don't like it. I can't figure it out. Oh, God, this is not fun. I hate circuits. And I don't hate them. I think they're amazing, but I think that it's also just getting too complicated. I'm really in doubt whether this is the right path to go down. It feels wrong. I feel that I find myself in a hole, and in order to get out of it, I just keep digging it deeper. adding more complex logic and more edge case handling, all that stuff. Will you have robots by the time you have nuclear? I will not have robot requester chests, so no. How about using long head inserters? No, I will not do long head inserters because that means I need to have twice the amount of belts, and then I need to take the belt full of junk, filter it, and then merge it back onto the main belt ahead of the other things that come in. It's too much work. It's just way too much space, and I did that to begin with, and it was like, that is never going to work. So I'm not trying to make a sushi hub. I'm making a sushi hub. Unlike a lot of people, I'm just really good at finding out all the things that doesn't work. And this one, I can just ignore it and say it works. But I can also come up with cases where it potentially doesn't work, and I don't like that. I also fundamentally dislike this idea. What if the assemblers put the excess items not directly onto the belt, but rather onto a buffer chest, which then drip feeds onto the belt? You then just need to count what's in the buffer chest when deciding whether to put more on the sushi belt for the boss. No, that's not. You used that word, that you used the project manager words, just. Because that means that now I have a lot of boxes full of things that has to be put on the back on the bus or back on the sushi belt, but it has to be put back on the sushi belt before the stuff that is actually coming out here. That means I now have to have this one contingent on the content of a number of boxes. That's not, there's nothing just about that. It's easy to explain it, but it's, yeah, no. And then I have to, for each box that has something in it, I have to evaluate whether it should exit back on the sushi belt. And how would I do that? That means I need to have some circuit conditions and some filter on the export outserter to figure out, like, I'm just exploding 5 different extra stuff. So it's not just like, oh, you just put a box in. First of all, just putting a box in would mean 2 extra tiles. Where the hell do I put those extra tiles? But even if that's the case, I would still need all the circuit to control that. Oh, the content of some of these boxes, this one in particular, plus whatever else, has to go out before that thing over there from the main adding belts. So control that and set the filter so that this ejects until it reaches fucking hell. The reason is to save a ton of space for assemblers that hardly ever run. Yeah. Declared can't do nuclear. Yeah, that's also one of the things. But it's not the only thing. There might also be other things that are complicated, and therefore also requires additional consideration. Which ones? I don't know. But there is now at this point, if I don't have an overflow sort of filter, then I can't know for certain if there are other things that would also potentially block it. It might not be one thing, but it could be like this one is simply filling up for too much, and therefore this one plus that one plus that one plus that one actually just overfills the belt, and it just gets stuck because of whatever I built in is needed. So it's really about the belt logistics here. But fundamentally, this doesn't feel like a design of mine. To be honest, I built this one to begin with, and it actually works. The caveat for this one, that obviously I'd want to get that out. It's actually interesting what this one is. This one doesn't filter. It takes a smaller subset and just basically goes like this. Small subset, and then go out. The reason that I didn't like this was because I couldn't really figure out a way to control this input output, and then I accidentally got some valuable stuff on this overflow belt. And that's actually been solved quite handily with this part. This is quite an elegant solution to that problem. It's this part that's too complicated for me to understand. It works, it very much works, but it's too complicated for me to understand and therefore particularly to explain it. While something like this is much simpler. Like, what does this do? It takes whatever we have in the box, turns it into a negative number, which isn't even needed anymore. Boop. Red minus green. Red minus green. There we go. No, that's that should actually be okay, that could be done even easier now. Wow. Let me do that even easier then. Yeah. Yeah. Red, green belt minus red belt, right? The red is what we have. There we go. It outputs as, and then that simply goes in here. It gets selected the one that is the most of, sets the recipe, build, 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 until it's not the one that has the most of anymore. And then it just continues with the next one, right? Is this sort ascending? Sort descending? Yeah, okay, so this one is continuing with the one that has the most of, which isn't really what I want. I actually want this ascending. So the one that has the least of will go. Which in this case is irrelevant. Having one for every, maybe. Yeah, having a small list for each assembler, that's kind of, that was my hack because I couldn't figure out how to do it more advanced. And now that I have the advanced stuff, it's so advanced that I don't really understand it. This one I like though. I mean, I don't like the fact it's not on purpose that I say I don't like it. It's not because it doesn't work. It's brilliant. It's too brilliant even. It's so brilliant with this C value that gets set and unset, and when it gets set and it flips and it remembers and it does all that cool stuff. It's so brilliant. I just can't understand it well enough to be able to explain it. And it just becomes magic then. And I don't like that. While it's something that is so easy to explain that says, all right, what I have, what I want minus what I have, take the one that's less. Build until I don't need it anymore. Okay. Done. Like that's freaking simple. I'm curious why this is not working. Kind of thinking if we could put it in. So, like, I have 2 spaces here. Couldn't I use those for something? Could. That's not too much tangled wires, isn't it? Is it? Oh, not really. It'd be better if I switched the red and greens for this. Yeah. And then this one has to be green minus red. Red minus green. That's a neat little build here. And then if I just want to complete it, then I set an indicator where there's something. Read working, control signal green, yellow. That's a nice little symbol. Except I shouldn't have done that. I should need to think about, I also need a power pole for this damn thing. There. Yeah. So we use a power pole for that. So the caveat for this. Oh, it doesn't work. It's not quite working at least. Because I think that this one. Ugh. Okay, the red wire comes in here, but the green wire is coming from the everything. Which is the green wire input here is. It's everything that is what? Shit. That one. That's everything that's requested inbound. All right. Hey, Silver Cecil. Thank you. The auto-triggered hype train. The green wire. The green wire here is the everything that is requested. Okay. Just going to, which is then, and then it goes on a green wire so it doesn't interact or it doesn't disturb that signal here. Okay. You know, to me, what the benefit of putting the input items into a sushi belt rather than having each assembler have a box with the ingredients of the items that assembler is responsible for. Putting the input items onto a sushi belt. How are you going to put them into a box? You don't have a logistics. You don't have logistics request. If you had logistics request, you can just let robots do it. This is before we launch to space, so we don't have that available. So you need to do a lot of filtering and stuff and redirect belts so that they all get the 3-4 items they need. And this with the sushi belt, you don't need it. It's just going to pass by. The power pole does not have enough reach. It does. Oh, right. It doesn't have enough reach to those things. All right, cool. You're right. There. Now it has enough reach. Cool. But this is self-contained. It doesn't interact with the belt. Doesn't tell what the belt has. It just kind of outputs here. I'm working on moving my hub 123 into a 50-foot and I really like my current design. I only cut out a few assemblers. That is surely clumped a bit, but absolutely does what I wanted to do. I post a picture, description, proof in the Discord if you want to take it out. Yes. Where in the Discord? On the stream chat or in the Factorio? Love to see what you've... Wow. Yeah, that's very compact. I like that. That's a really cool design. That's really beautiful, honestly. I like more breathing room, but I can see that it's killing the idea. Wow, that is really beautiful. Really? Is that? I'm impressed. Particularly stuff like from the blue assembler to the yellow assembler is facilitated. That's really nice. I'm just trying to see if there's something that isn't handled. I can see that also sticks are handled quite neatly because it goes in between the three things that need the sticks. And you have sticks up on before rails and that. Can we also see? Go to Discord and see it. I can put the blueprint in here. You didn't link a blueprint, did you? No. Or maybe in the blueprint folder? That one. See if we can paste it in here. There. There we go. Now we can see it. It is like, it's so compact. I'm really impressed by this. Particularly stuff like this idea is great. Like making them tighter together. I didn't even think of that as an option, but it's really neat to have them closer together here, and then just use a splitter to allow it to branch off. So you can just say like, oh, it can only branch off to one side. So it's either here or it's here, but it can't be. But then it doesn't matter if they both need the same thing, then one is picking up from after and the other one is picking from before. I've skipped bot related stuff, roboports, legend and tier 3 belts. I'm sure they can come up with a few improvements. Yeah, but I think you're right about those because logistics chests are not really something you have. I mean, I'd love to have the yellow and red assemblers, chest plus steel boxes. But I can also see that that's kind of difficult. But on the other hand, like stuff like that one, I would probably take out because that is tech-wise, it's for me much later because this will be after we go to Volcanus. For me, I want to make up to blue and then I leave. So anything that's beyond blue circuits is not relevant. That means this and these two would kill those. And then, I don't know, do you have steel somewhere? Yeah, steel goes in here. So I guess this could be steel boxes and I could have the red and the yellow boxes here. I think that would be nicer. But it's really clever way, this way of doing it. And then, of course, the roboports is the bigger issue of missing that. But that's probably this one, because roboports need that, and gears is, you know what? Let's play with this one. I love it. It's really nice. And then make the this one. Heavy habits. Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. I know I'm getting a little bit distracted from what I was doing before, but when there's a community feedback, and then let's have a look at it. I don't know if there's a specific sidedness of this or not, so we'll just see. Sometimes I hope there was. Just Let's research everything that's only blue so we can get that sorted. I'll leave that. Yeah. Technically, these are also part of it. Come on. There. Easy. And then we can see the stuff that isn't working here. So I would say this one could be steel boxes. This one's not outputting to anywhere, so... Oh, let's fix this one first. That one? It's kind of the only one that's that way. Where's the other ones going? They are here. Alternatively, it would have to be something like this to get this one in, I guess. And then this is going to change it into... Why are these here? No. Yeah, I can see that every... Oh, right here. Yeah, thank you. You have to get from the steel, which is here. This one now needs a place to output, which is easier said than done. Like, actually, the output boxes are annoying as well. I mean, I guess I can do stuff like this. And then this one, we have to try to get that into roboports. Let's see, what is it getting and what it... Didn't roboports have four inputs? Only 3 now? Okay, cool. Fine. I felt they were needing 3. That was actually a really simple change. That one is not needed, is it? Kind of is. Because you need it somewhere to get in here. Could get it into that one. Just kind of feels like the odd one out here. Is that not working? Can someone check that this this link is valid? Someone who isn't me, because maybe I linked it to some to the studio view of that, and that's obviously not available to anyone. And if so, if the moderator can try to find the right link and fix it, because if I do it, then I might just take the internal link again. Works for me. Cool. Okay, so it works for you. Good. Thank you. I would also be surprised if I'd had that up for a while and no one had said it doesn't work. Right, why are you not getting steel? Yeah, okay. This... Oh, right, this one has steel. Okay, so it's just the missing one here. Okay, so a few things missing, but you know. Then I'm also kind of not particularly keen on this one anymore. I did this, but I really didn't like it. I thought it was... an annoying way to do this. But anyway, it actually works quite well because it works with normal boxes before we get the next part. You need to swap the copper and steel. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So this one is... Yeah, okay. So there was a particular way of doing that. Check that out and see. It feels so weird that the steel furnace do not require stone furnace as input. It just like, really? We get up on Ultra Hub? No, not really. But this one is... I was... Like, the reason why I didn't do this was because I had concluded that it couldn't be done. And now it's... the Nazarov... How do I pronounce your name? Then is showing that it actually can be done. Which is, I feel really, I'm really impressed by this, and we just made the small changes that I wanted to do so that it's not any, it only goes up to red signs. So this is all the stuff we get, or up to blue signs. So, is there a reason why stone furnace on the hub? Not really. But I think that it in this case, since there's room for it, then it more be a matter of, yeah, you kind of need it, maybe, and if you don't need it, then take it out. But what else? It's more a question of, is there something else that's missing? I think that the stuff that's missing is, oh, trains. There are no trains on this network. Right? No, there are trains. Oh, cool. The trains are here. And that one. But we are not getting... Yeah. Across from this one, I'd like to have the liquid wagons, because liquid wagons are actually used in abundance, which means like, oh, if I could make this liquid wagons and then connect it to that, that would be nice. Doesn't seem super feasible. Could swap with rails? Could swap what with rails? Maybe. Don't think so. Because rails need stone, and stone is here, but it's not here. There's no stone here, and it's not easy to get stone there. I think I would probably say I want the stone or the rails to be further down, because I want this to be here so it can grab from that belt directly, instead of sort of having that belt go in here of wastedness. We can also see what is actually needing stone bricks. Like, that's needing stone bricks, which is a funny thing, and that's needs stone bricks. That doesn't need, that needs stone. This needs stone bricks. So it's kind of taking all the stuff that needs stone and stone bricks around here. Can you somehow put the tanks on the top lane and the underground to the left of the sticks? Things on the top lane. I don't think there are any lanes that are free. I don't think I understand what you mean. I mean, like, up here? That's definitely never gonna happen. Between the tank assembler and the iron sticks, there's an underground. That underground. Alright, okay. But that's because it goes all the way up to that one. For some reason. That's you waiting for iron? Just iron plates? Somehow the iron plates doesn't want to go in here at this point. Oh, we don't have... Oh, we have iron plates that's sneaking in here. And then sneaking over there. And sneaking back. And then sneaking even here. Okay, that's quite complicated. Oof. Yeah. It's a weird place that this is positioned because none of these things seem to be needed over here. That could be moved further back, I think. But either way, then, yeah. Ah, the top lane of the belt is free. Okay, I get that. Okay. Yeah. I think it destroys more than it solves. I can't really see how there's a path for that. We do have also over time, so there's gonna be... I'm really in doubt about this because this is just so much nicer. Be back in 2 minutes. All right, we're back. Let's see. So, some of the things about this one, when you think about, oh, can you move X and Y around, is that some things are multi-dependent. So, for example, the sticks are connected here and here. So I can't move one without the other. So this L has to be connected either way. It could be also be on a line, but they have to be connected. And yes, with this design, they can't be on a line because these two are too close to it together. So if I move things, then if I swap some of these places, then the other one also has to go. So how does that help us? I don't know. Maybe, The one thing is that this is the only one we have free. So this is the one we can leverage to something else. And I'm pretty sure we could do that. Which means that this would be available. Now I'm completely disregarding the inputs and outputs. Now we're just looking at whether we can shuffle things around. This gives us some flexibility to maybe do that. And that gets this one free. Which now means that we can probably maybe kind of get these. They should at least be close enough that something can be done, right? This is about as good as we can get it. The only other alternative is to have you go up here, which is not a great idea. So let's say that this is going to be the wagons here. That gets a lot more complicated. Let's start filling it up and see if we can make it happen. Gears are there. Not happy. This one has to go away for now. Trying to that. And pipes are also here. So this is actually, yay, complete. Then I need to output it somewhere. I'm going to put it here for now, but I'm not sure that's a valid idea. Good. All right. So far, so good. We now need to figure out all the things that broke here in this setup. Now, this one has to get from iron, which is not available. So how do we get iron somewhere here? That is going to be tricky because I've also noticed that there's deliberately left one tile all the way around, which I highly admire. I wouldn't do that myself. Not if I was, unless I could. If I couldn't do it, then it would not be a problem to sacrifice it. But this one now goes in here and then goes back up again and then it ends here. But I need it to go into that one. You need iron gears and that one needs iron gears. So that's there's a problem here for sure. Is there any way that I could get iron up here? I don't like it going down and going up and going over and going down. Like there's something here that's not great. And I think the iron is the hardest one. But this one also needs iron, which is going to be a nightmare as well. Inside of an underground. Then I just kind of kill it something else. Actually good. Steel. Coming here. Okay, so that's kind of working. This is kind of working. This is kind of working. This one. Next. Yeah, we need red circuits all the way down here. That's going to be interesting. But this is still broken with regards to the iron part, right? So the last bit we have iron is right there. Which means I still don't have iron in this one. And still not going to happen either. Yeah, so I'm missing iron here and I'm missing red circuits here. Could I switch these two? It wouldn't help me at all, but it would be a thing. Red circuits are below. That's true. That's actually true. That one could... Okay, so red circuit's fixed here. Steel is... here. And then some kind of box. The other option is replace one of the pipes for sticks, but that requires shuffling things around. One of the pipes for sticks. Yeah, but then I either don't have sticks here, or don't have pipes here. Which is needed there, and there, and there. Or up here, which is needed there, and there, and there. So, we're kind of getting closer, right? But this is the one that's now missing iron inbound. That's the bigger issue right now. Biggest issue.
Our illustrious champion
If I
returns.
dragged it here and then went it underground, then it wouldn't really do anything for us. Kukuru, thank you for the 10 months. Do you have a whole Factorio playthrough uploaded somewhere I need to binge? Yes, there is. On my my YouTube series, there's a whole Let's Play, 63 episodes of Space Age. So, how was Iron getting into that? Was sort of hacked from a splitter here, and then underground and underground, and I that was a big hack because it was a turn around here, merge up on a weird line, merge, split off to that line. So it was like a merge of a split of a roundabout way. Yeah. Yeah, that's also a funny way to get that in here. Quite clever. So is there anything that we could do otherwise? Like, I'm thinking I could switch these two, wouldn't be a problem. I could not switch these two because then I'm having the red issue again. I can only interact with the stuff on around this line when it's... So I'm kind of thinking, could I move it up here? If I swap these two, then I'm missing the circuits for here. Because then I'd have to get the circuits down there. And that doesn't seem easy either. That's kind of the problem. But I would be able to maybe do something like this instead. But then I lose. Okay, let's try it. Let's start from somewhere. That no longer needs to go all the way up there, does it? Okay, so that's the iron part taken care of. That was the one that was perceived as the hardest. This now also needs steel, which is also getting, but where's it getting the gears from? It doesn't. Because these two are both downwards turning. This is now missing the green circuits, which I kind of thought I could do like this. Green circuits in. And then stone bricks here. Then we actually have everything in this one. There you go. That was what I needed. So this works, except for the gears. So the gears are now my big issue. They're right there. Right there. And I can't get them. Shit. Oh, and I can't get them from here either. Or can I? Maybe I'm gonna be first ignoring that. Okay, so you can go up here. And then I'd have to do that, which means you die. And get very sad. And you are also dead. So, yeah. Doesn't work. Oh, 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 oh. There. Oh my god, this awful hack. And then we don't have a place to output it, but I guess we can do something along the lines of... Where was it? There was one of those that skipped a tile. That one. Does it work now, or did we just kind of hide the problem somewhere? Guess we'll find out. See if something doesn't get there. Kind of just thinking there must be something we've forgotten. But as long as there's one in each of the boxes, right? Then we're... Something is working. Okay, there's something coming in for each block. There's something coming in for each block. There is also coming iron inbound, yeah. Any idea why deleting, removing items causes damage to them? Or is it just a me issue? It's just a you issue. I don't know, maybe you are having, I don't know. I have no idea. Never seen it, never heard of it in creative, and I use creative quite a lot for design situations like this. Okay, let's go through every box. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yep. 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 No, no rails. Okay, but that's coming. That's just slow. Requested chest. Ooh, yeah, that's actually a bit of a sneaky there. Did not like that. Oof. That's very much not allowed. Flip the pump jack to the other side. Yeah. Just for symmetry reasons, sure. I understand it, but I don't like it. I have to figure out some kind of solution to this. It's not exactly like there are a million good ways of getting extra lines in here. To be honest, I kind of feel that you've used all the possible lines inbound. So sort of just sneaking an extra one in here and there doesn't really seem feasible. Unless... Why are we getting red, green in here, and here, and here? Couldn't one of them be skipped? By, for example, doing something like this. And then tracing it backwards instead. Also be much nicer for this one. Now what? Now what? That comes from up here. Getting it in here doesn't really help. I have to get it in here, but that means that this jump thing... Or then I can get it in from the side out here. But then how is that gonna... Like, this is the one I'm most keen about. This is what I have most faith in, I would say. If you can just skip that one for a bit and figure out what that's gonna be, then if we could sort of tell you to not use underground. Ugh. What is this? Oh, that's the one that we're looking for here. So if I could do that, which means you don't use undergrounds, what would you do then? It's gotta be up here. Also one's too many, but that's less of a concern. Ah, not like that, not like that. Okay, it gets pretty hacky. This smooth is pretty smooth place that it comes in, and it's only needed for once. Is there any other way that it could get in here? It could come in from this side up here, but then it would have to skip these. Then the question is, would it be nicer if... See, you could get the green ones from over here. And who else needs the green? You need reds, you need nothing. But you need it. Yeah. So I do need to get it all the way down there. I was just thinking maybe we could get the red and green. Okay, I'm gonna kill you a little bit here and do that. And then get you in there, right? Kind of trying to kill this, but there's no way that that's gonna work. Is there? Then I get red and greens in here. Yeah, we get reds. But this still needs copper as well, so... And concrete should then come from in here. Ugh! Come on, reach! One more! One more tile. Oh, I don't like that. There you go. Okay, so these are happy. This is happy. Is it? No, not really. Can't remember. I know there's one thing that I've forgotten to take care of. Is that it? How are you getting steel? You are. Centrifuges and reactors don't need greens. Nope. But this one does. And that's further down. Oh yeah, that's the one we missed. Ah, I knew there was something we missed. Yeah, because I was thinking, could I then get it in this way? No, I cannot. Pump jack. Pump jack works, right? No, pump jack's missing steel. How the hell does that missing steel now? Oh, I completely messed it up. I've now messed it up so much that it's unrecognizable. How did that actually work before? Right, there's two here and one of them was for steel. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this is not a feasible option. That's these two coming from up here, but I didn't need it here. I need the... Hello. There we go. How about feeding locomotives green from the bottom, similar to what you did for electric furnace? Thank you. I just realized it. But we still have something missing, right? I don't know. We definitely have some outputs missing. Which one was this? This was... Oh, that should be okay. And then I'm gonna delete again. And rebuild. Chat labor is nearest delay, yeah. For your Factorio 2.0 block blueprints, were you using high quality substations? I tried to recreate and mine was off. Factorio 2.0 block blueprint. Nope, normal. We're gonna have to let it run a little bit to see if anything comes in and if anything is missing. Oops. You are probably missing, but you get all the items at least. You get all the items, you get all the items, you get all the items. You're not getting steel. Is that... But that should be coming on... I have no idea. This one's missing steel. Oops. No! So close. So damn close. How did that... Where was that even supposed to be? It's getting there. Is this one supposed to be steel? Oh yeah, this is supposed to be steel. Okay, so it's getting there eventually. Okay. And there is one here in the box. This one is getting stuff. This one is eventually maybe getting stuff. Everything else looks full and happy. Whew. Okay, let's pass through it and see if there are other things we need to fix. Okay, now there are no more disallowed entities like a requester chest, for example. Between the reactor chests, a reactor and that one. Yes. No, I can't. Oh, now I can do that. It's true. It's a little bit less awful. Are you using the same city block format on Volcanus? Well, we're not getting to Volcanus, but the idea is that I was on my Volcanus, on my first playthrough, I used the substation grid on Volcanus, and that was nice because I had power everywhere and I had robots everywhere, but it was a little bit too constrictive or constraining for the big furnaces. So I needed something bigger, but city blocks were too big. So now the new 1/4 size city block are probably actually going to be the right size. Okay. Miro, thank you for the 6 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Substation also suboptimal for bus, in my experience. Yeah. Substations are really clunky. The fact that it's a 2x2, sometimes it fits nicely, but most of the time it's really inconvenient sizing. Yeah. Do you plan to do base in the book, mega base in the book later on? As just 1 million effective times per minute, balance and such. Potentially, yes. But I need to have, like, for my base in the book, I had all the designs in advance. And this is basically the step before where we do all the designs. Because if I wanted to do a base in the book, I would basically say, and now we use the masterclass blueprint for this design. You have 2 circuit inserters for the chemical plant. Yes, I do. There you go. Thank you. Complete waste. If you want it to neatly separate into 3 hubs again, you could run greens on the bottom of the concrete and replace the locomotives and electric furnace. Replace? Locomotive and electric furnace. I don't see how I could do that, because then it's no longer connected to the engines. Jamjaw, good to see you. 3 metric years. Thank you very much. Combined green circuits and concrete. I am aware for this particular one, yeah? Oh. How is this actually getting... Oh, the greens are coming in here. Yes, so I can combine it on that belt if I get that. Yes. And then reds here. This one also needs red, right? So I need greens for there, and I need reds for here. So I can't really just combine it on one belt. Let's check that this actually works after we swap the direction of this. The fact that there's now 1 line of red-green in is probably going to be an issue, but can't have it all, right? I think I would also rather build it in a different way of just kind of... This is the complete, but then we're going to be cutting it down into something that is not including anything with blue signs. So that we have one that is excluding blue signs. Is there a reason we use red belts? Yes, because the red belts is what we want to do for this. This is neat, but I feel bad that the sushi belt hub idea died. I do too, but as you could also feel, I was not in love with this idea. Like, this is the thing that for me is super important when dealing with these kind of things. It's, I iterate until I'm happy, but I don't know what happiness looks like. And this is why I'm the most annoying product owner, because I don't know what I want, but I know what I don't want. So we can tinker with this and we can come up with something that works and it's brilliant and awesome and it's magical, and I don't like it. Why do I not like it? Well, I don't like the look of your ugly mug around here. Whatever. Like, this is brilliant and perfect and awesome and works, unless maybe it's stuck. I don't know. But but there's something about it. Like, obviously it doesn't actually work. Like, I don't even know why it doesn't work. Oh, there's stone bricks, and it got jammed because of that. Really shouldn't happen. Really shouldn't happen. That's kind of the death knell for this. Yeah, it looks so out of place. Exactly, exactly. Hey, Overclock. Good to see you. What about switchable without recipe switching? So lots of assemblers, but nice structure. Um, I would, I think, this idea is dead to me because this part is too complicated for me to understand. Plus, it has a problem. But this thing here is something I can understand and I can explain, and I think that works. And then we have to sort of build smaller subsets here. And that means there's some kind of logical separation into, oh, we should have one that makes train stuff. We should have one that makes belt stuff. No, not belt stuff, but, and that kind of thing, right? See the sushi belt in the blueprint? Maybe. We're iterating, and then I'll figure out what I want to do. If this is working, can we see any chests that are empty? And can we see anything that... The problem with this is that it's really difficult to see the stuff that isn't there. Even of noisemakers, and have those. Really brilliant to see that. We fixed this this stuff here, so it's what we like. We don't have substations on the grid. On this one. No substations. I mean, if we want to put substations in, there's something else we have to take out. So, and substations... Yeah, coils are here. So it has to be... I mean, this one could probably replace... Yeah. Hold on. Oh, this actually... Yeah, this one could be replaced with substations. I think. Except no steel. Fuck. What is this? Oh, that was actually necessary. Oops. Well, that's also fine. Yeah. Substation below combinators. Now I have more substations. I want more substations. I don't know what I'm fixing. So this undo is not changing. It's changing up here, but it didn't change that. It doesn't change recipes, apparently. Huh. Rice maker. Weird. What is the 10 is rocket capacity. And they're right there. So, perfect. So, I don't know what I undid up here. Because I probably undid something. That one. And that one. There we go. You undid something important. Maybe. Probably. Ah. Okay, so now I want to do something else with this. I want to strip it down to anything that is anything that requires red or sorry, anything that requires blue signs goes away. Doot, 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 doot. What the hell is that one doing? Nothing. Just hanging out, I guess. Might need to change the chests as well. Yeah, sure. I will. All good. Up here. Yep, 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 yep. This one. It's not actually that many things that are out of reach. I don't think it makes sense to do that, to be honest. It's such a small amount that gets taken out that it doesn't really matter. Yeah, blueprint works, yes. It's also more sort of from the perspective of I was seeing if I could sort of build half of it at once, so that when you build it without robots. And then the question is, do I have to build all the infrastructure? And then the answer is, yeah, you basically do. Because the reds and the green circuits, even in the beginning, just roll here and roll backwards. So you kind of have to build the whole thing here. The only thing is like, okay, maybe you don't need to build the concrete here. That's not easy to begin with, but how much does that really make a difference in terms of of how much. If this is how much we need to build anyway, then might just build the whole thing and leave it as ghosts. But I was thinking, like, the very first things we want to make is the yellow belts, inserters, and these three things, right? Those are the things that we want the first. And then once we have that, we'll build here to get lights and ammo, get lights and guns and power poles. And once that's done, then, well, do we really trains? Chemical plants, sure, that's when we get into want to get started on the next thing. So it's just like contextually, if I stamp down the blueprint and then I only have my yellow belts, and I'm gonna be like, all right, now I need to start. Then the question is, where should I start? What about green inserters? They require red. No, they technically don't require that, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, for me, red circuits is blue tech. I know it isn't, but it is for me. It's basically what I'm saying is actually not blue science. It's before oil. Like, what do we want? What can we build before we have oil? And that means before we have plastic into red circuits. So anything that requires red circuits is out. Because the way that I'm looking at it is like anything that requires red circuits won't be built until after I've built the blue science. Because the first red circuits is built to feed into blue science to unlock advanced oil processing, and then we've got the ball rolling, and then we get all the blue science basically at the same time as we get red circuits built and fed in here. So that's kind of how I link red circuits and blue science together. So that's why I'm not putting the green inserters in here, the bulk inserters, because they don't fit. So yeah. So I don't think I actually want to split this into smaller blocks. I think it's better to just plop it down. The question then is, so that's a good learning, but it's going to be a fun little challenge. Does it work? I don't know. It's not the right one. What is this? Oh, right. Okay, yes. Why is this weird? Okay. And then let's see how many things are not working. Well, the first thing that's not working is everything. I know that there are some things that don't work, but I feel that this is the easiest way to figure out if this can be built with yellow, and if not, can we make it adjusted so that it can be built with yellow? And if so, then that's better to build it with yellow. Let's see. That one is not working. Could it work? Yes. Also, there's a cute lack of lights as well. Ah, yeah, okay. So it is very, very slow because it's coming in at yellow speed. Okay. So it's really hard to see if it is actually getting all the way in. Definitely something here that doesn't work. That has to be red. And that can't be done in any other way. Can it? It can. I want to try see if we can build it with yellow. Just subscribe to your Patreon. Thank you. Love you. It is on Blueprints. Anxiously waiting third video for video 3 for Space Age. Yeah, that's the one we're working on right now. Increase game speed to check. Nah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 2-minute break and then we'll come back and see in 2 minutes. That's why I wanted to do this before the break. All right, and we go into the bonus hour. Damn, time's flying for sure here. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Welcome back. Thank you for joining. Yeah, so let's see if I go through the boxes. And of course, it's kind of silly to think that you're making yellow belts with this part. So yeah, doesn't really need it, right? Let's go through from here. Is there anything that isn't filled up? Yeah, that one. Why are you not filled up? You're not getting gears? Why are you not getting gears? These two are just not getting any because it flows down here and, well, 200. It's kind of difficult to see if it works when it's getting stuck. Yeah. So, okay. So any of you who've used my hub for the old masterclass, right? So I did deliberately 3 iterations of each of the 3 hubs, which meant that it ended up being 9 blueprints. And that worked fine when I was looking at it from sort of from a design perspective, but realistically, you built the first one and then you gradually added more stuff along the way, but then it sort of became out of sync. And then when you wanted to stamp down the second version of the same hub, then it didn't really fit. So kind of whatever. That's kind of how I felt it myself. And then after I did that a couple of times, then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to be stamping down the latest version and then just accepting that some of it won't have recipes yet. And I think that's kind of what we want to do. So the only thing that is changing from the first build to the later version is we're probably going to build it with yellow belts first, and we obviously don't have logistics chests in the beginning. And there's a random hype train, which means that I should I then stamp down the whole blueprint saying, hey, here's the default one in yellow, so just start filling it in? Or should I stamp it down with red belts, and then when you start building it, you're probably going to be building the stuff you want first with yellow belts, and then maybe later on, or definitely later on, you'll be upgrading to red belts anyway. I think I should, or I could just make it into red belts and then, yeah. I think I want to craft it. I want to have one blueprint for this, to be honest. And that will be red belts and steel boxes. Steel boxes or iron boxes? The problem is I'm making steel boxes, I'm not making iron boxes. Talked about maybe you can stamp down the yellow bottom hop and then the red everything else. Yeah, I don't think I need it. Rich Wolf, thank you for the 4 months. I just want to see that, for example, this part here, I don't want to have that not being buildable. I don't want the stuff in the beginning here not being buildable by yellow belts, right? And Sentinel, thank you for the 34 months.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
You know how problem with stream, I'm getting error 2000 here. Stone belt is not buildable. Yes, that's true. Stone belt is not buildable. Which goes up here. And in there. Yeah. Thank you. So this is, I remember showing Coverx this thing where it's like, if I do this, I have to do both of them manually. Like, yeah. Okay. Well, what if they are... What if they're ghosts? Then they both get placed. It bothers me. I know it's a very small thing, but if I'm like the behavior of upgrading here, now that works. Fucking it. And there. Okay. Maybe they changed it because it was one of those things that I was bugged out. Or maybe they didn't change it and I just got confused. I remember I did show something where I was like, oh, that's not supposed to do like that. Yeah, if the range isn't valid. Yeah, of course not. Of course. Okay, so that was the stone belt that had to be upgraded here with yellows over the reds. It's fine. Anything else? That is not working. Because you're not getting the gears inbound here. That one is not working. This one doesn't seem to work either. Yeah. I think that I'll rather be using an extra belt here and there. And then only have a few things that can't be done. Medium power pools. Sticks. That means you can't get the iron. I have no clue where the iron is supposed to come. It comes from here. Yes, okay. Oh no! That can't be done either. It's so funny why I didn't want to put it on both sides. Ah, now I get why it shouldn't go on both sides. That's clever. Because then it would intersect here and start filling up on that belt. Is there another way to do this that's less awful? That should be fine, right? Yeah, that's nicer. Yeah. Hacky, but love the idea of building it like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is nicer, especially since they're both sort of coming to their termination right next to each other. I really love that you did that. Even more neurotic than I am. Hmm. Do we have anything that isn't working? Just looking through boxes. Even this one's working. So there are a few places that cannot be fixed. Not true. Yeah, okay. So even if I did this, it couldn't get in there. Well, couldn't it? It could if I took that one out here. And then... Okay, but one more thing solved. Where's the last one that we couldn't solve before? No? Now the whole thing works with yellow belts. Huh. I like that. I think that's... if someone is a red belt purist, then it also is possible. Oh, yellow belt purist. Good colors, damn. Hmm. Anything else? I mean, I know that it's silly to do this because, of course, you have red belts. But this is also something that flows slowly, so maybe you don't really need to have yet red belts here. So the one thing I really want to do is I want to make this with iron boxes because they're cheaper than steel boxes. And making the whole thing with steel boxes in the beginning just seems so excessive. However, I can't really say, hey, build it with iron boxes and then not include iron boxes as a thing to craft. On the other hand, I don't really want to craft iron boxes because they suck. Right? And then it'll be like, oh, I can do that because you don't need the repair packs in the beginning and then you can replace them later on. Like I wanna have something that you don't have to make a lot of stuff. Wooden boxes also a really good idea for stuff. It might even be so that like yeah. So the thing is I want to make it so that you can build it in the beginning and then you can just drag an upgrade planner over it later on. Yeah, replace it later. That's the part I don't like it. I don't like the whole idea of replace it later. It just feels wrong to say, hey, here's the hub that builds everything you need, except the one thing you need to build the hub. But that is not built it. It just seems silly. It's just for the hub, yes. I don't know. I'd like to get your inputs. What do you think would be the best way to do? You could replace the speakers with armor. Okay. We're saving so much on resources fleeing to volcanoes early that steel boxes are the way. What? Are the way? I would kind of say that that would be the argument for not doing steel boxes because we want to make sure that we build as little as possible. An iron gearbox solver, yeah. But it's not going to look nice. It would be here. And then it would be off-centered here. Yeah, it's not nice. Hmm. You lose the storage box filter, yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, but some people will not want to upgrade them here to yellow boxes. They would upgrade them to red boxes, for example. It fits? Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does. It's not illegal in any way. In the yellow box. Yes, indeed. I don't know. I can also just use wooden boxes, but it also just feels strange to use wooden boxes for all of it. Yeah. Doesn't seem worth building, including iron boxes. I agree. I agree. It's the thing is like when you think about it in the beginning, you go like, oh right, iron boxes are I don't even know 8 iron, while this is 40 iron. That's so expensive. But honestly, it's Factorio, so anything that's like a static cost is not costing anything. So like any time something is oh you have to build it once, then it doesn't really matter. It's only things that are continuously used that is worth really optimizing for. But anything that's used once, it is paint by numbers anyway. So whoever uses it can use whatever boxes they want. Yeah, sure. And they can also just take the blueprint, stamp it down. It's a ghost thing, and then they can paste it over with whatever upgrade planner they want. But I should, I should deliver the version that is the most default. No more auto I first of all, mall. I really dislike it. I like this one though. This is very nice, but not very compact. It's very clean, but not compact. And it does all the things that we want in the beginning, up to and including that. So, but this thing here, it's I dislike it a lot. The one thing though, one thing that this thing here is not doing is the hub space hub space. Would it be possible to have one of these boxes with everything in so that you adjust it in one box and then each of these inserters would check against the content of the box? This would be less than what? Yeah, that's not going to work. Because I can't define that this is the red wire and this is the green wire. You can just say that this is, if I did. then it kind of would be the same. Yeah. But it would be nice. Yeah, yellow box with default iron and filter. Yeah, but that's not what I want. I was thinking about it before, so that you could set one place that you set up. I basically, if I could set up, hey, this is my suggestion of what I want in a hub, then you could go in and check it, the list, and go like, I don't want 200 of those. I want 700 of those. There we go. Fine. Then it just kind of the inserter updates it, but I don't know how I would do that. Like these two are connected. Yeah, it would be an awful lot. I can't do it without adding combinators for everything, and that doesn't work. So I don't know how I would do that. Well, no, because then it would be like a filter, and then in order to know which of the 50 filters that I need, I wouldn't know. Yeah. Alas. Alas, it does not work. So I think we want this one to be changed. Where that? Boop, done. It is possible. Okay, you subtract demand combinator from supply from Roboport and lead this wire to each inserter, checking the same if the item is greater than 0, same as you did. Okay. Okay. I'm halfway with you. Only halfway, unfortunately. Because I'm not sure that, like, I'm gonna do it the same exactly as you say it, which I agree. Yes, that's possible. Then I'm gonna do the thing that I actually want, and then see if that's still possible. So I'm gonna take the green one in here, and then I'm gonna take. You have to change to a. Do it up here. This is what we have, and then. Then I take each minus that. Check the green wire minus the red wire. Output each. And then this one will be filter. No, this will be enabled when this thing is greater than 0. $57. It kind of feels like it's still working, even though it says enable when it's greater than 0. Why is... Oh, right, it's because it's not reading the output. Haha. There we go. It should be reading the output here. There we go. No. Yes, now it's minus 13. Okay. That means if I wanted to do this without the Roboport, because I could do that, then... Okay, this is also not correct, because now I'm saying like what the Roboport versus that one, which is not what I want. I want actually to say, I want to compare, instead of the Roboport, I want to compare this box here. Yeah. So now I'm saying, how many... is that really not even there? Are you kidding me? Did I forget something as simple as that? Are you kidding me? Basic power, oil combinators, military trains. Oh, right. It's because it's somewhere else. Anyway, we'll do this one, and then I'll say like, oh, I want 100. Yeah. Okay. And then it gets worse slash better because this is not how it's gonna be. It's gonna be like this, which should work now. Hmm? Green? Oh yeah, because I wanted 200, yeah? And then what I'd want to do is I want to say everything goes on this wire. And then we can always discuss whether this is a good idea. Please discuss. Don't know if I like these in the middle here. So, the thing is, this is a blueprint. Stamp it down. It's done. It doesn't cost anything to do these. So, it's not like, oh, you're missing something. But this would mean that we can build one repository here that has everything that you think you want to make in the hub. And that means when you later on, for example, here, want to say, okay, I don't want 2000 tier 1. I actually want less. Then you change it to 200 instead of 2000, and then you change the this one from 200 to 2000, for example. I think this is very little benefit. Anytime you need to get items, you need to get in there anyway, at which point you may as well change the limit. That's true, but you can also change the limit from a map view. And the point is here that this would give you an overview of all the things that you're crafting in the hub and organized like this, like this, like this, for example. And I don't think it has anything to do with whether you need 1,000 of those. But it's like you have one place, for example, here where there's a little bit of space. And you basically say, okay, this is the one place where you dictate how much you want of each. And then I've set up all the wires in advance so that you don't have to worry about it. You just change it right there. It'll spread out. Now, the only thing you need to do is when you replace all the boxes from steel boxes or whatever to logistics boxes, then you're no longer comparing it to all the red wires on here, but you're comparing it to the Roboport coverage. So that's the only difference. Yeah. So, and the cheap way, the easy way to do things is just to do that. That's the simplest way of doing it. It will also give a nice overview of what you have actually are crafting and missing in the hub. Just hover over the power pool. That's true. That's true. Yeah, if we... Will it actually? Yeah, the red is what we have, and the green is what we want. Yeah, so we don't actually have the net on this line because I need to go to every. Actually, hold on, that's not what I want. I want the. It should be the green wire. The green signal will tell us what we're still requesting. Yes. Then why are we still requesting? No, it's not. What the hell's going on? This is the output. You're requesting 100 here and 100 here. Oh, because I'm not looking at the output. It's the output signal I need to look at. Yeah. It's the output signal of this one, which I don't have actually as a... The output signal... I don't get it. There. The output signal. Yes, okay. The output signal is the green one. So whatever we have on the green is stuff that we are still requesting that hasn't been built yet. The red is what we have, and the green is what we are still want to craft. That's a good idea, I think. It makes sense to me. I logically I can explain it. Not all chests are connected. Yes, not yet. And then it's about sort of how the hell would I connect the chests in a nice way. I don't even know how I would do that. I do also think, first of all, I want this over here. Because it has to be close to that one so that I can get it in. And then I would want to collect all of the red being... Yeah. Here. The red is the summary of the chests. And I want it to get down there and then get in here. Because that means that I can explain when you get Roboports, you connect and you disconnect. And then it works for Roboports. I like that. But that means it's also important that this is not connected to anything else, and this one is connected to every single chest. And then I would much rather be able to hover over a power pole to see what I have missing, and having a main control that control it. Yes, but isn't that also what I'm doing, or what is it you are saying that I'm... Then change instant sorter. Ah, right. Okay, yeah. So you're on team. Yes, this is a good idea. Oh man, it's gonna be a little bit of a long haul, this one. Whoops, that's not correct. See, that doesn't look nice either. And it probably looks nicer to just go into one and then connect the other ones in parallel. I guess so. I want the design that looks the least awful, because this is not going to be pretty. Now they are going crazy with producing stuff. Okay, so that's kind of it when they're going like that. But if there's someone in the middle... Okay, so now I have on the red wire... Obviously they are now going crazy because they are not constrained. Because it's important that I remove this one. Because that has to come from some other angle. These are not going to be dictating here. God, that's going to be a lot of fixing things here. And then that has to be linked into the green. Oops. Yeah. And then this one has to be when greater than 0. Yep. But I don't need a filter. Turn the alt mode off. Maybe that's better, I guess. I think it's easier to see stuff in boxes without with this one on. Ah, everything is incorrect. Okay, so you are going to be greater than 0. And you're going to be, oops, greater than 0. Nice. Next. This one. You. Nothing here. That's an inbound. 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 And then they go in here. I also think there's a nice little story to this. Of just, you set it up once, and then everything else will be, it'll take care of it. Could you just enable assemblers? I really don't like the enabling of dissemblers. Let me think. Yes, I could. I think that's nicer. Isn't it nicer to use assemblers? Now it's a feature, so it's nicer than this because now they are sort of going to be stuck with something, and it is much nicer, specifically for this one, because that sucks. You're digging up here until you have 9. Okay, 10. That's a little bit much, but okay. But if, let's say if this one was 4, then it's still building here. It would now be disabled, but the output is disabled. But even if the output is disabled, it's still going to fill up 1, 2, plus another one. So yes, thank you, Pixelcrud, and welcome, first-time chatter. What a good contribution. This is a bad idea. Okay, if you have full assembler Mark 1, but not full assembler Mark 2, Mark 2 assembler won't get fed. I would never constrain that one because this one doesn't have a box output. So I wouldn't enable this. This one has to just build and shunt it into that one. But I would disable instead of disabling that, I would disable this. I'm gonna try. No. And you want boxes for both those? No, I don't want boxes for this one. Nope. Okay, let me explore that. Boxes here for yeah. Tiered items are the undergrounds, yes, and also belts. Because if I disable this, I have also implicitly disabled the other one. But hold on, if I disable this, that must be because this is full. This box is full. So if it's not full, then this one will be enabled again. So I don't know why I... This intermediate I don't want. This intermediate... Oh, right, in this case. Yeah, okay. In this case, it doesn't work. Because it doesn't pick up from the box. So for example, if I disable the blue inserters, then because this box is full, then I might have a problem over here. Because I still want blue inserters to be milled to go over here. But in this case, it wouldn't be a problem for the yellow into red, because the yellow is picked up, or the red is picked up from the yellow box. So, but if I block the yellow inserter based on that. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, but the rest on the assembler, that's the problem now. It's like, why is it some for one and some for the other ones? That's kind of... then it feels more consistent to be like, okay, always do. But now that we have it on the assemblers, then let's use it on assemblers. Yeah. So I think for like blue inserters and yellow inserters, I'm not going to be constraining those on the assembler. Same with this. And so these ones I can, because all of the demand for yellow belts is going through the yellow box. So if I'm lacking some yellow belts for my red belts, then they will come from here. And therefore, if this is empty, then this one will get started again and start filling up. So there are some exceptions. Blue inserters, yellow inserters, gray assemblers if you want to have those separate. You don't. And then underground belts and pipes and underground pipes. Also maybe this one. Because if I constrain it here, then I think that's actually better to do it this way. Because now I can constrain this by what's in this box. Ah, I like it. Anything else that's in separate tiers? No. But you need to make sure that the items need to be kept in the boxes. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. Damn, that kind of ruins it, doesn't it? Because when I switch to bots, then I might have enough yellow belts, but they are in some storage box somewhere. And therefore, I might be stopping this one because it's fine. While if I was... Well, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but it's going to be the same problem no matter what. That these should not be red. They should not be red. They should be the yellow boxes. Would requester be better? If requester doesn't exist. If I had requesters, I wouldn't be doing all of this. Requesters are later on, the tech, so that's after we're done with this. Basically, my progression is you go up to blue science, you launch rocket, you get space science, so you get logistics, you go to Volcanus, then you build your real base with all the science, then you get purple science, yellow science, and then you have that built on Volcanus, because Volcanus is so much better. You're thinking forward, yeah, but that's irrelevant, because this is not what we're looking at yellow belts and blue inserters. So you thinking about requester chest is at that point. At that point, I would still not use requester chest. You could use buffer chest if you want to, but I would always use storage chest. I've always used storage chest for storage because that's for storage, but because then I upgrade the bus or upgrade something that's full of yellow belts, and I upgrade it, then all the yellow belts will be brought back to the hub and then be automatically put into the production for yellow belts. This is why I'm doing this one. Yeah, yellow box with filters. That's exactly. Yellow box with filters is how I do the hub, because that means when you clean up something, it comes back to where it needs to go. Will you be moving Science Hub to Volcanoes also? No, I think I'll be bringing things back. We'll have to figure out how to do this, but I think that in the progression of things, we're now building the starter base on Novice that goes up to Blue Science and launching a rocket, building the first space platform, the first rocket, or the first spaceship. The first space platform is to make white space science. The second is to go to Volcanus, and then that one will be flying back and forth with things until we have a base on Volcanus where we will start. That will be sort of the next chapter of the masterclass series. Will be what are we going to do on Volcanus to make a good base, and I don't know why. I don't know how, but we'll see. How are you going to build on Volcanus with a space constraint of lava? Carefully. I'm going to make city blocks still, but I will also acknowledge that you don't have full flexibility. And we'll have a look at the base, the sizes of locations. Ah, can I make a new space? Don't really get a sense of how much space we have here. Oh, that's funny. Why are you distracting me so? Dude, do something. Okay, now it's coming. This is just to get a sense of how much space we actually have. And of course, it's going to be really difficult for us to determine what it looks like, because we don't know how these things are located on your particular planet. But there is a lot of space on this planet. And if we look at it, just like, okay, it's funny how much noise it makes. Volcanoes does have space enough after clear explosive. Yes, and then it'll still be something like you have to detect it and then say, okay, like here is a giant space of loveliness, but sure, you need to kill like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 worms and then move over here. But that's kind of, once you know how to kill the worms, killing 5 of them or killing 1 of them isn't really going to make a difference. So they'll just be like, okay, well, we need it anyway, and then you sort of land somewhere, and then look at it and figure out, okay, here's a good space for us to design. Then we stamp down maybe, I don't know, now I'm just brainstorming here. We stamp down a city block that's basically a landing pad, a storage chest, roboports, a couple of rocket silos for launching, and then another city block next to it that is kind of, you need to get the stuff in like coal and calcite and sulfur and lava, and when you get those 4 things in, then you start crafting a little bit of everything you need. The size of the worm matters. I guess you've been told that, and it sucks. It's not how you use it. The size actually does matter. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I like this idea. This is definitely something I'm gonna need. Bigger worm bomb is needed. Yeah, I don't know what. Okay, so what I need to do, we are agreeing that we like that. I'm gonna stamp it down with yellow belts because everything works with yellow belts. I'm gonna stamp it down with steel chest because it works with steel chest. Then I'm gonna hook up all the steel chests to a symbol here where I'll put in some constraints or some part, because then you could also go like, yeah, I don't actually want to make the nuclear. So if you just deselect it, nothing gets made. So once you're ready to actually have it make nuclear, then you just select it. I like that. That's pretty neat. So we'll have one hub blue science items, like literally this one, blue science items. Like we don't have these in the hub though, but whatever. The stuff that is blue science is then going to be only something you can enable later on, and there'll be roboports as well, for example. Roboports are also something you start by feeling that they're so expensive that you don't want to build them. And then later on you go like, yeah, okay, the 20 wasn't enough in buffer, so keep working. And I'll build you as well. That's the only things, right? We don't have a lot of things that are, oh, substations. You might stamp down with steel chests, but it is better to also have a blueprint with yellow chest with correct filter set. I guess so. I guess so. So once I'm done and I've tested a million times, then I'll also make one that has yellow chests and red belts. Beacons are purple signs, so they are not available. So they are not available because we will not have purple signs until after we've been to Volcanus. And then we'll also have, for example, nuclear power is something that you probably don't even want to make in the beginning because you don't need it, or maybe you're gonna like, yeah, I'd rather want to build a small nuclear power plant instead of making lots of solar panels. Sure, whatever. Will the old Robot Rush blueprint still work with the new city block build size? Probably. I haven't. Well, yes, it will work, but I also need to figure out how I want to integrate it, because I probably want. The old Robot Rush was really good because it sort of skipped a lot of stuff, so we could get some robots working, and that was just really nice. I kind of feel that we need something that's a little bit better than the Robot Rush, even though it then takes a little bit longer to make, but a little bit less than what we sort of have our permanent solution of using the yellow signs, because we will not have yellow signs here, so we will not have that option. So I want to make something that's a little bit better than the initial Robo Rush, and therefore I think that'll be something we redesign and then sort of gauge, is it going to be like 4 assemblers or 2 assemblers, and is it going to be switching from one to the other? I don't know. How do you feel about not having steam engines and boilers in the hub? I manually craft them and go to solar for you your use case, they might be valuable in the hub. No, I don't want them. I don't want them in the hub. I mean, the reason why I don't want them in the hub, this is why here, is because the boilers need stone furnaces, and then I have to get stone furnaces on the hub. So like stone furnace goes into boilers. Ultimately, how many do we need of those? It's like, ultimately, I think you need maybe 40, and then you transition out of it. If you need something more, then yeah, just handcraft it. Because that's something that is a definite finite amount. It's not like a finite amount as in, oh, it's not part of science, so it is technically finite, but it's something that in your entire playthrough of Factorio, you're going to make 40 of those, and that's it. Or maybe 60. And I don't really need that need to build something for that. What about electric furnaces? Or do we skip those completely? You can't skip electric furnace, because if you do, if you skip them, you can't make. We need electric furnace for a couple of things. Mainly in space, you need electric furnace. You can't work anything else, so you need them in space, and therefore we have to make them. They are also needed for stone bricks. You can't use. What are they called? Furnace. What are they called? Forges. You can't use those. So you do need electric furnace. A few to send to space. Cool. I'm going to be wrapping up here. I think that I had a resistance to this, and so the Nazaro, I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce your name, but I absolutely want to make sure that I copy your name into the game so that I can give you credit for the initial design. There. Boop. Now it's forever there. Cool. The foundry, of course, the foundry. Yeah. Add a research that increases robot inventory and allow robots to do multiple actions without needing to go back. Yeah, for example. But that's probably the last part is probably not easy, but the first part should be easy. Should be. I mean, it's in Bob's mods, I think, more robot capacity, so that seems like it's just an integer to change. But the other one about multiple actions would probably change a lot in the how they behave and calculating when they need to refuel and all that stuff. Yeah. The second pronunciation, yes, it's row, as in American. I'd love to see my design in your masterclass. Never dreamed when I first created them. Ah, see, I am happily stealing designs. Now this is the thing, like, and I think that by now we've also changed so many things that it's still, you can still very much see your hand in this design, but there's also like things that I changed that I didn't want, but I think that the design is completely and utterly and ridiculously up to my standards of just like even the part where you keep one tile away from the edge at all times. I mean, that's just so respectful. So that I love. Thank you everyone, and also thank you very much to Calo Either and Mark for making these designs. I ended up not really using them. I might showcase it as a method of alternative, but I do prefer the belt based, and I know I'm old school, but this just kind of feels nice. Hey Banjo, thank you for gifting us out very well. So like it's the same as this hand design. This one is a little bit more cramped, but I really can't see how this one could get any smaller than that. So this is this is another design that's ready to go. Cool. Thank you very much everyone for joining, and thank you so much for the hype train. I will be back Monday. I forgot to set up my schedule because I was running a little bit late. Tomorrow we'll be continuing the playthrough of Dune Spice Wars. Later on this week, maybe not. I will be playing Assassin's Creed when it comes out. I think we'll give it a shot. Maybe we like it. Nope, not tomorrow, Factorio. No, tomorrow is something else. Wednesday will be Factorio, I think, but I'm not really sure. Depends on if I need some advice or help with this, or maybe we need to work on the next big project. But Thursday will be the day for masterclasses, and I don't think I'll have a video out before that. I want to compile my Beaver series into a short 5-episode Let's Play, but I don't want to do it until the release officially comes out. So when update 7 goes from experimental to normal, then I'll be making a little series on YouTube to sort of go through the whole game. And it'll be like whether it's going to be 3 or 5 episodes, but it's going to be that ballpark figure, compiling the 30-hour playthrough of Timberborn into that. I think that'll be a nice little thing to show that and use that as a guide. And then Factorio will be the main thing here on the channel for now. 20th of March we have Assassin's Creed. 20th of May we have Captain Industry. Before that, I don't think we have something. I think Dyson Sphere is after summer vacation, and Shapes 2 is, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say when I think it is. So that'll be some time. But definitely there's also a big update for Shapes 2 coming. So that's something I've had a look at and looks very interesting. I mean, I don't talk to the developer, but it's interesting. There'll be some announcement at some point. Yeah. So, and then of course, whatever comes up along the way that we want to play, then that's going to be fun. Cool. Thank you. Good night. Take care and stay effective, everyone.